Alrighty, greetings everybody. My name is CoinStamp. Welcome on in. Welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we get started, and as a little bit of a flow correction, I'm going to just quickly get the appreciation out of the way before I read any comments. Just makes things easier and smoother that way. I would like to thank our lovely contributors during this month's cycle. Thank you to Michael DS for their continued Twitch Prime subscription. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with that subscription package. I would like to also thank Mr. Rasby for their continued Valkyrie subscription this month. I am still in the works on getting that outward episode edited. I'm just learning a new audio editing technique first. I want to do something cool with like the first couple of these. And then I'd like to thank Housequaker for their $5 donation this month. You guys have been, everyone here is appreciated, but I appreciate you guys the most because you were generous enough to chuck money at my face. If anyone wants their names on these placards, chuck money at me, and I will add it. I will add you to the appreciation placard for the channel. I rotate that out monthly, so it's just keeping up with the subscription packages thing. Okay, let me read comments here, and then we can. I should probably do this here and figure out that mini game. There we go. All set, all established. Greetings to both Mr. Jason and Alan. Welcome on in. Good to see both of you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I'll explain why we're here in a minute, but I'll go ahead and read these others. PSA, chuck a coin or more at coin. It really helps. Yes, every little bit of spare change helps. And I see what you did there, Mr. Jason. Thank you for the cute way of shilling. I might actually steal that if that's all right with you. It wasn't even a joke. That's the best part, right? It's the double entendre. You're welcome to do so. Thanks. I'm gonna take a print of that. One sec. I really should keep a snippet sketch pin for this. No, that is the incorrect. This. Nope. New sketch. Okay, save sketch. Just put it in downloads for now, and I'll sort that out under organization later. I'm taking a snip for my memory more than anything else, because I don't want to sit there and scribble things. Maybe the next time we stream, I'll actually just have snip and sketch on my toolbar, and I can click that pretty quickly. Maybe. Or maybe there will be an OBS extension for that sort of thing. You're a business person? That's fair, Mr. Jason. You are, in fact, a business person. So, I should explain why we're here first. So, Coin needed to desperately grind ore. I had an hour. I was very tired this morning, so I slept until about 11. And it took me about like 30 minutes to finish getting ready. So like I need to farm ore because we were at 70 units of zonite. We were definitely going to run out if I didn't mine. So I quickly kind of ran a gauntlet of the mines that we had explored on stream but hadn't really properly dug out all of the sediment for. I just quickly made a run through of those. And along the way, I discovered a few things that we probably should go clean up and do. Not the skulls, those are just enemies. I can do that in my off time. That's fine. It's nothing you guys haven't seen before. But there are some treasure chests I had been meaning to collect. So before we, finish our due diligence in Akkala, I want to just knock this stuff out real quick. And then a a recap of what happened last time. Last time we finished, or we didn't finish. We got a good chunk of the way through most of the shrines on the surface of Akkala. We went through and saw the Terrytown construction site. the Hudson Construction site, excuse me. We went for a little bit of a racing test drive. We confirmed that Octorok Lake looks like or Octorok if it rains, you know, subject to personal opinion, of course. We visited the Spring of Power and found out about the Mother Goddess statue. Yes, to add on to that, Mr. Jason says, you know, Alan assisted in the shrine puzzle by saying just ram those bitches. Absolutely. Which one was it again? It was one of these. It wasn't the hunt. I think it was a different one. It might have been the hunt. Hold on. Actually, it might actually have been the hunt. I know we spent some time on it. Yeah, it absolutely worked. It's just also funny that sometimes simple is best. Definitely a highlight-worthy moment. Let's see. And we are slowly kind of working toward the object of today's thumbnail, which is the Labyrinth. I want to get that done. It will probably get that done within, I'd say, the halfway mark on the stream. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and toggle maps here because we got things to do. I'm going to go ahead and read comments, and then we will go from there. Mr. Jason says, Coin is a master of skills. I appreciate the flattery, good sir. He sleeps until 11 and still submits queries to the board of the TCC and does some grinding. I submitted the queries much earlier, at around 8 or so this morning. No, I saw the question at around that time. Yeah, you're right. I just do things when I have the energy to do them. Mr. Jason says, as the TCC's founder and a former troll level creator, I do enjoy a nice calculated plan, but sometimes simple is best. Yes, exactly. Sometimes simple is best. Sometimes the simple trolls where the streamer or the creator or the content creator, excuse me, trolls themselves is like the best. That's like chef's kiss, best thing ever. Definitely clippable moments. And then Alan says, that would be amazing. Oh my god. Take your applause. Gonna take a quick sip of Joe. I haven't had coffee in a good few days, so it's nice to have some. All right, let's get to let's get to cracking open these chests. I did spend down some large zonite. One of the things I'm gonna do before we actually get started on the grinding and stuff, is I would like to exchange some charges for fans. We're critically low on a few zonite devices, and just having that stuff would be really nice. Mr. Sorry, I forgot to mute my G-Sync gaming monitor, so it was making noise. I know one thing, Mr. Jason says. Simple is the best way, but I wonder if the amazing Alan would be able to streamline the inner workings of your organization. That's a bit more of a challenge to simplify than just ramming some bitches. You know what? Fair. But I actually have a handful of extra suggestions for that, Mr. Jason. And I'll put that in the boardroom and just see what we all think of that. What the heck is going on up there? Do I want to know? Maybe. Oh no, that's just smoke coming out of the thing. I don't think this is anything whatsoever. Interesting that there is, like, particle smoke coming out of it, though. Can we see down there? No, it's just it's the soot stack for the forge. That's what it is. Mr. Jason says, am I low on fans, Mr. Coin? Look at the follower count. You have 410 fans. Fair enough. Alan says, I don't know, that seems much more complicated than ramming some bitches. I would agree with your assessment, Alan. It is 100% more complicated. But yeah, as stated, I welcome and encourage board input, Mr. Coin. Trust me, more suggestions are coming. Given what you've stated about your direction of the TCC, what you want it to be. I was responding to the question from earlier about what I was going to say yesterday, and I want to give time for people to process those 3 things first, more than anything else. All right, so down here, one of the things I did do was activate all of the forge constructs. I did do that, but this particular NPC and a couple of these others, like the test demonstration constructs, I left well enough alone. I figured we could activate those right here. How am I supposed to activate this construct? Good luck with that. I've got to get my hands on the treasure somehow before that guy shows up. What's wrong? I've been examining this construct for so long, but I just can't seem to get it working. Well, given that you showed up down here, I can't hurt to ask. Do you know how to activate constructs? No clue. Liar! You just think I'm suspicious and don't want to tell me. Well, no matter. I'll have all the time I need to examine it after I defeat you. Okay, Luigi boy, let's go. Revenge for Master Koga. Oh. Alright. Interesting. No, you stop that. Nice, and we have one more we gotta grab. I saw a duplex boat earlier. Where did it run off to? Here. Oh, I can't carry any more of those. Let's get rid of this one. Oh, wrong. Alright, where are you gonna be now? I don't think so. Get out of here with your nonsense. Okay, so the Yiga clan were definitely still harassing a poor construct. Let's fix that. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, as you know, it would definitely be more complicated for Alan to simplify, because even as a director, there are still still absolutely formalities. Of course. Like, that's corporate structure for you. There's paperwork, people have to vote on things. It's something I'm all too familiar with myself. My task here is to manage designs for mining equipment. Please hold one moment. Oh, we don't have a schema stone? How do we miss these? All right. What device are we getting? A launch pad. Nice. I will also prepare the parts to test it, required to test it via auto build. Yes, please do. What's formalities? I don't know. It's like a map. Sometimes, who needs them? And other times, you wish you had the dang map. Let's go ahead and build the particular device here. And, oh, interesting. So we can, like, we hit this thing and we're What, is it gonna, like, snap off due to force or something? No, okay. It's literally just a platform for us to stand on. That makes sense. Okay, well, we can get rid of that stamp, and now we need to go grab that chest over there. Shouldn't take us that long to do. I took the liberty of marking anything I bumped into. I guess a launch pad launches you. I mean, it's the truth. They do, in fact, launch you. No, it's incorrect. Okay. Man, I feel like I should have gotten the item for diving through the chest there. That would have been a really nice touch. Oh, well. Okay, we've got that nice, lovely chest out of the way. Where else do we need to go? What do we want to do in one sitting? Maybe over here at the light route? Hopefully the cleanup won't take too particularly long. We will have to build a hover bike to get through this, like, this next chain of chests I want to check, but it really shouldn't take that long, and then we can kind of go from there. All right, let's get to building. We got places to go and things to do. So I feel pretty good about the progress we've made so far. Also, I realized I saw the count on Koroks earlier, so I need to correct that. I feel like we're making pretty good progress, you know, given the direction of the series. We're on, like, episode 39. And I mean, yes, we've only seen one stage so far, right? Like, in terms of main story, I would say we're not doing particularly well in the progress department. But, we've done so many other things. We've unlocked the only Hylian village we kind of have left to do. Yes. No, it's not here. We need to go back and around. What was I saying? I just blanked on what I was about to say. That occasionally happens from time to time. We're just gonna drop this. The chest is right down here. Yeah, I think we're actually making good progress, all things considered. We've just done so many side things, it's not funny. And this game has a lot of side stuff just kind of jam-packed all into one place. You know, this game. I not mean to do that, but that's fine. This is fixable. This is fixable. Aelin says another good way to farm Zonite is to just do enemy camps. Yes. Once we run out of, like, Zonite sediment, that's usually what I've been doing. Is I've just been running around killing this camp or defeating this camp or that camp and getting like 6+ Zonite at a time. Case in point, right down there is like a cluster of like 4. And that's like 12 or 15 units of Zonite ore, and the occasional proc on a large one. It's this one here. We want to head this way. And I'll probably pick up that patch of pose while we're right here. I realize we're doing a lot of preamble before we get to the nice new shiny things, but I would like to think we're all here for the ride. While I'm thinking on it, other bookkeeping things I can talk about. the Elden Ring Reforged routing series video has moved from a premiere to a normal video now. I did type during a good chunk of that. I'm gonna kind of do my best to explain things while the premiere is sort of ongoing. I'm gonna make a habit of doing that. I have not figured out the upload frequency yet. That is very much still a work in progress. But I intend to get some more recording done probably tonight. Those are silent, as in, you know, I'm not going to be talking during those. It's just I intend this series to be for posterity, so that people can see that this is what I do for a run, so that I don't have to explain the run, or rather, I don't need to show things for a run very often. We're gonna stop that right here. Yeah, each of these groves usually also tend to have a little bit of zonite ore somewhere, and I will also take a thick stick. We could append a nice shiny rock on that. Get out of here. If you ever in need of thick sticks... Oh, I should make sure we find all of these, because, my goodness. I was not expecting to just find that here. Okay, nothing on YouTube. We're good there. Cap of the Sky. According to legend, this cap was once worn by a hero who appeared from the sky riding a mighty bird. My favorite of the titles, the Skyward Sword. I love that particular part of the Zelda franchise, much to other people's chagrin. Perfect for those who long to take to the skies. Well, I wonder how the sky set is going to work, given that it was essentially already a callback to a previous armor set. So I wonder what they would do to make it, you know, unique like Skyward Sword was. Let me, Mr. Jason asks, would you add anything further? Let me read over it. Yeah, essentially, I'm like a mediator. We're split between the UK and the US. That is one of the things I had meant to maybe bring up as a separate point. Like, if there are two branches, there should be shifts, but the shifts should be labeled. But I will put that in the boardroom for all of us to, like, think and mull over. And I would say we're somewhere between, like, we're working on, like, the structures to help facilitate, you know, having a place for another place for content creators at large to push their content, you know, provided they follow the rules. And all of that structure goes toward that. That's what I would say. Everything has a reason as to why it is written or worded the way that it is. And you can, you know, I'm more than happy to help process that ticket as well. Since I'm in the US like block of the organization, you know, I can process tickets at night within certain bits of reason. I'm probably not going to really be awake during the like the absolute dead of night. I just completely lost the plot here. I probably won't be awake in the true dead of night, but I can help process some tickets if need be. Oh right, where was the chest? It was here somewhere. Oh, no, there wasn't a chest. That was already taken care of. It's up here. Here, yet another schema stone. Unlocked. Mm-hmm. What schema stone are you going to give us this time? A bridge? What? Really? That's just 6 stone slats. What's up? Okay. I mean, I don't know if this needed a schema stone, but I guess having a pre-prepared bridge, right, is... It's not the worst. And I suppose what we could do with this is, like, put it on the edge like so. Kind of just see where we're going. Oh, we need to actually build the thing. That's kind of the problem. Last one. Things are just not going. I promise I don't normally suck this much. Okay, let me do this and get these 2 slats out of here. Link, I'm begging you to cooperate. It's really not that hard. Stuff like this is what's going to make it take an hour. I mean, that's one way to build a bridge, that's one way to get slats down off the post from up above. All right. The last one's what? Back over here somewhere? No, we had 5 slats. Where's the 6th one? Here. Okay, that's not gonna work. We need everything on the same level so I can build it properly. There we go. All right. Sorry about the technical difficulties there. And then, is there any other bookkeeping that I want to discuss? Because I don't think I really have too many other things to add to the... What the heck is going on? Oh, it's wanting to build it from front to back. Let's go ahead and build this, and then we can, like, move it where we need to move it. Because I'm a fairly new addition. Mr. Jason is the one that holds all of the necessary information. Right there is probably good enough. Yeah. Now, is there a chest up here? Okay. Cool. Okay, let's operate this. Wait for it to stop. Wow, so the bigger the object, the less precise it gets. Interesting. Mr. Jason says, I found what I think might be the unluckiest Tears of the Kingdom streamer earlier today, Mr. Coin. Oh. They were in Zora's domain in a cave and trying to get up a waterfall on a wooden plank with recall. And as it was climbing, a second wooden plank fell and smacked them on the head. That is pretty funny. That's really sad. Were they eventually able to make it up the waterfall? Did they maybe perhaps take a different movement option up? Just curious. Okay, we deleted that one. And so the last thing left is... to figure out where the heck our mounted bike went. I'm pretty sure it's up here. I know it's around here somewhere. Oh, no, it's not at the top. Where did it, like, meander off to? That's weird. Oh, I must have went too far away. That's what it was. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's fine. We can just, build another one. We have the ore for it now. Though I would like to minimize the amount of, ore we are wasting today. Because I still have yet to do any serious grinding. Mr. Jason says they were, yes, but not without getting smacked a second time. Oh, man. Gotta love Tears of the Kingdom and just the Breath of the Wild physics engine as a whole. It always finds ways to, like, give you your comeuppance. It really, truly does. I thought for a second that was just a random a random bit of zonite sediment, but that is not the case. Okay, let's park right out here. Grab these real quick. I want to keep 400 of these pose on hand for like purchasing like garb and such. Don't even think about it. But I do want to take the rest and kind of buy back some bomb flowers. Please don't tell me this is an entire grove of, you know, evermeans. That's, like, really mean. Evermean. I guess you could say that the type of enemy to harbor, you know, a decades or centuries-long grudge, like Ents can sometimes be capable of. Yep, don't even think about it. I could write that into a tabletop story later. Wow, we have gotten quite a bit of crystallized charges. Maybe visiting a crystal refinery might not be a bad idea, and just pick up some of the pick up some battery cells or some other things that we actually desperately need. Where did we see this? Right here. And that was the last thing we were checking, other than the remaining mine, which I'm quite sure that's a mine just based on the structures we're gonna see there. Let's go discover that real quick so I can mine it later, and then we'll finally get out of the depth. My goodness, I didn't think that was gonna take 40 minutes, but here we are. So, even though I like the depth, and like a lot of the things I like doing are in the depths, I think my actual favorite map to spend time in is Sky. And this is coming from someone who actually has a fear of heights. That's something not a lot of people know about me, is I actually do have a fear, or a it's not quite a phobia, it's not that level of discomfort, but I do have a fear of heights. I don't have a fear of high positions, but if I move really quick toward like some altitude, yeah, I get spooked pretty darn easily. I'm surprised that even worked. Man, we are just getting a ton of these. Okay, but we have the Canyon of Awakening mine, so we're good here. All right, so we can actually take our butts and get out of here then. Sounds good. Next on our list, I suppose, is to go ahead. Let's visit the crystal refinery first, because crystal charges are not going to be in a large quantity for us. especially now that we have the battery capacity. There's no real reason to accumulate any except for big batteries, and I kind of want to save those for really important devices and not for anything else. I spent what I spent during demonstration purposes to, say that we had it. I'll probably replace the humongo big battery hexabike with something more reasonable, like an actual real airplane. Mr. Jason says, in Tears of the Kingdom and the Sky, I guess that you feel like you're on Cloud 9. I think maybe what it is for me is it feels safe for me to be in those environments. Like, I don't have to keep my heart from jumping out of my chest. If I jump down huge chasms in video games, my heart will still kind of jump out of its chest, so to speak. Like it really truly will. What am I doing? I didn't need to be here. But you know what we can do? Since we're right here, let's see if Mr. Hestu's lying around somewhere. He should be. Let's get this exchange done and over with. Oh, interesting. Oh, so they're gonna sell like different chess pieces from all sorts of different vendors. Pretty cool. Mr. Jason says you also get a odd feeling when you fall from a height in games. Can't explain it. That might be worth looking up during break, and maybe I can come back with a real answer. I take it you're not afraid of heights yourself, Mr. Jason, or you aren't. Is it agoraphobic? No, or agoraphobic? I'm a little bit. Then that's what it is. You experience the same thing I do, which is that your mind probably can't quite separate the difference between the screen and what you're falling down a large chasm, or you're kind of free falling in the sky, or similar things. Like, it's not bad enough for you to like go into a full-blown panic over, but as you've already said, your body, it can't tell that difference. It really can't. Or even if it can, it's gonna feel it anyway. Again, I'll look into that during break, and I'll hopefully come back with some science, a scientific answer that's actually useful, and not the whatever gobbledygook I'm spitting out. They're selling stuff you can't find in Korok Forest. Well, that's an offhand comment. Akkala. I smell Korok seeds on you. God, now that I know what kind of running joke this is, I just feel so ick. I get the ick when Hestu says that. Yes, I know. Expand a bow stash. Yes, please take these from me. The sooner we can get this smelly little escapade over with, the better off I'm gonna be. But I'm willing to bet this is like the... When did I get that bow? I'm willing to... Expand a band. And you can't expand the bow stash any further. My God. Yes, shield please. Sorry, I'm never forgiving the devs for making a poop joke out of that. I'm really not. In Animal Crossing New Horizons, you hit one tree and your axe broke? Was it a stone? Was it like a handmade or DIY axe? Yes, please make the... God, please. If the devs are listening, if the devs can make a patch of anything, they really need to just do the same thing they were doing, with a lot of the other options in the game. Actually take them out of the pool when we're not interested. The fact that this is just a lazy port from Breath of the Wild makes me, you can tell I'm getting a little bit annoyed, so let me calm down. But Mr. Jason says it was the flimsy axe, but still. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to last for a few hits. Did you hit like a darkwood tree or something? I'm trying to think of the tree. I know certain trees take more axe durability than others, if I remember my Animal Crossing New Horizons correctly. My sibling would really be the one to know that for sure. I'm willing to bet they complete this last row of shields, and then it's gone. Yes. They really must not value shields too highly, since these really just have stayed at like 15 Korok seeds ever since. Are we done here yet, Hestu? Can you stop stinking up the floor with your... Okay, I'm being excessively mean, but... Shakalo? It looks like you've expanded all of your stashes as much as you can. It's big, real big, a great big pouch. Nice. It'll hold this super sneaky wad of gift you're gonna give me at 1,000 Korok seeds. You collected so many Korok seeds. You know what that means? That I stink to the high heavens, and that everyone thinks I smell of cow manure. Except that probably wouldn't even cover the smell that well. My maracas are super happy now. Shaky, shake, shakity. Your pouch is as big as it's gonna get at this point. Ugh. It's not good. It's never gonna be big enough to, you know, keep back all of my angst and frustration at the 1,000 Korok seeds. But if you feel like it, you should look for the rest of the Korok seeds. For those of you at home listening and watching, I wouldn't blame you, and I think a lot of people would probably recommend that you stop here. Don't engage in the madness. I'm gesturing with my right hand, like people could see that. Don't engage in this madness that I'm engaging in. I'm engaging in it because that's a gimmick of the channel. I try to fully complete games to the best of my ability. We got 99.42% of the game done in Breath of the Wild. I'd like to think that we could get something pretty close to that in Tears of the Kingdom. Mr. Jason says, would you like to know something that makes this even worse? I mean, my answer should probably be no, but against my better judgment, I will hear it out. What's up? Mr. Jason says that it's the same amount of inventory slots in Breath of the Wild, but it costs more Korok seeds here for some reason. I know the reason. It's because it's based on a formula. The formula changed because instead of having a cap of 900, there's now a cap of 1,000. Like the breakpoints for the cost bumped up by about 3 to 4 Korok seeds at specific points. Yeah, it's like 5-7%, something like that. I've got a pretty good idea of the reason why. It's just a numbers thing. And if it isn't a numbers thing and they actively just bumped it up, whatever, I guess. We don't even get like a full tab of weapons, bows, and shields. They could have easily just... They could have done more with the total number. I don't know. Maybe at the end, plop down 2 heart containers. Or, you know, max out which... I don't know. Something along the lines of... make the whole collection of Koroks actually worth something, or, you know, say, hey, maybe the total is 500. It goes back to what I said earlier, which was too many Koroks for what ultimately should have been like half the length of time. PSA, Mr. Jason says, when Hestu says, but if you feel like it, you should look for the rest of the Korok seeds. You should take this moment to stop and reevaluate your life's choices and get an actual hobby instead of dung collecting. If you manage to find them all, come let me know, okay? I almost don't want to, but we're gonna do that. I'm gonna grab some arrows while we're here. Yes, Carson, tell me all about it. Hi, Link. Morning. You shopping? I hear that the shop owner, Mubs, wants to expand her offerings. I was considering adding some more shelves for her. Mubs used to run a general store back in her home village. So she's got a lot of tight connections in the trade. She stocks goods from all kinds of regions. Can we talk to you then? Someday I'll be able to go back to my hometown, and until then, I'll sell as much stuff as I can. I think you're going to say the same things that you said before. I come from a small fishing town called Lurelin Village. Yep, you mentioned that. It's way to the south on the southeastern corner of Hyrule. It used to be a peaceful place, too. Then the pirates arrived. Used to run the village's general store. Yeah, this is all stuff we've heard before. I thought you were going to talk about the store shelves. I guess not. Mr. Jason says, hey, at least he'll dance for you as many times as you want. Maybe if you actually complete the full thing. Oh, that was sarcasm. That was sarcasm. And if it's when we get all 1,000, wow, a 1,000 for a dance we've seen like 50 times already. Using a jingle that everybody else has been known to use. Sorry, I'm letting this thing with the Korok seeds span the length of an hour. Let's not do that. We got things to do. I'm gonna hate that. All right, talk to me, Mr. Construct. My time is running low. I think I will get a bunch of fans. Is there anything else we're critically low on? Rockets. Let's get 7 of these. Mr. Jason says, I have a good reason to believe that Hestu is just running a scam. He's probably secretly in cahoots with the Koroks. Or, you know, is like, I'm making the best of a bad situation that I've been pranked, so I'm going to prank other people. Something along those lines. Yeah, I'm kind of in a similar school of thinking. Our precise reasons seem to differ a little bit, but it's fine. Fine, we probably don't even need a whole bunch of these. Yeah, let's grab... I'm gonna exchange all of the fans. Oh, do we have to wait for this to reset? Wow! We have to wait for the vendor to reset. Nice. Okay, so I'll just exchange these down during off time. But at least we have some fans now. And I think I am good. We can probably go ahead and just get started with collecting Korok seeds. Everyone's favorite activity. If you guys want to follow along as we collect these, feel free to type in !TOTK MAP. That'll get you the object map. You can use that to track Korok seeds. You can even check mark them off. It's pretty nice. I use this thing to help me make sure I don't have to collect 300 rocks. Because, oh my god, I cannot be asked to collect 300 rocks. Or to pick up 300 rocks. Super stupid. Is one of these a Korok friend by chance? I guess we're gonna find out. No, not that I can see. This one is the most fishy. No. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and mark 6 for us to check out here. I think I see like tiny specks of what could be considered offering plates. And then we have this here. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. So that, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial breaks. We take 3-minute breaks here on the channel at the top of every hour. And I generally step away from my desk during those. It's to help stretch. It wards away the DVT for that much longer. There will be a timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. When it ticks down, I will have returned to my desk and we can pick up right where we left off. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me up to this point. I really do appreciate it. If you guys like this content and you want to see more of it, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Those are the free, easy ways to help the channel out. Help it grow. Even though people are protesting YouTube and people seem to be fleeing from Twitch, I would really appreciate the growth nonetheless. Or, other suggestions. I hear people are posting things on Odyssey these days, or what is it, Rumble? I think it might be Rumble, like that specific one. Let's not use Zonite ore here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. And we're going to do this here at this step. And same deal. No, not there. Not there. Wait, just wait. There we go. All right. Let's build ourselves a hover bike. That's pretty funny. So it'll build. I guess I should have used the backs of the fans. That's hilarious. I did not think that was gonna. I guess I should have thought about it, but oh well. It could be worse. I also have a Discord server. Please consider joining it. Mr. Jason, if you do happen to be here, if you would please do the honors. Thank you very much, good sir. We vote on things on my Discord server. As of right now, we are currently 2 months into an 8-month voting session for, what the next game you guys want to see is. We do vote on stuff like that here. So if you guys, no matter what level of participation you are, okay, we're looking for some offering plates is what's going on here. Where are those? Come on into the Discord server. The onboarding is automatic. You can pick up extra roles if you so choose. Otherwise, it's kind of not a big, super huge deal. And come in and vote. We have a special channel just for that. Really? We can't ascend through this? Oh, we can ascend through this, though. Get up there. And of course, I do post pictures. Let me see. Not super visible here. Let me switch scenes for a second. I'm wearing some new frames today, in case people hadn't noticed, which could definitely be the case because, my frames kind of look pretty similar to each other. But I am wearing my plastic readers today. I can see pretty good in these too. Where the heck is this? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. That's what it is. I'm looking at the wrong one. There, here, let's fix that. And the commercial break really will be over before everyone knows it. Like, if I didn't have to run these, I wouldn't. But, speak of the devil, I'll see you guys after he's done with you. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Oh, I totally forgot to look that up. I was too busy checking into other communications. Let me do that real quick. Hopefully everybody is handling well so far. No need to rush looking that up. I might as well do it now. I'm asking like a hyper specific question. I definitely do not expect yeah, so basically what I have seen according to like Reddit and a few other places where people talk about this, It's a visual cue mismatch. Your brain is expecting to actually, it sees that you're in the open sky and you're jumping, but your body isn't feeling it. You know what I'm saying? It's when you're playing a game, it's not like you move from your seat or something. So what's left? Your brain will have your heart feel like it's jumping out of your stomach, even if it isn't. Oh, this isn't the right one. It's like over here, isn't it? Yeah, I should have paid better attention to the map structure. Here we go. I can mark that off now. Only 11 more of these suckers and we're halfway through the game. Which, I mean, it checks out. I think it makes a lot of biological sense. Because the human body is used to doing certain things. Like, if it's seeing something in a game, it expects to, It's 10 now, yes. It was 11 earlier. Yeah, only 10 more, and we can, we actually don't have to worry about this anymore. I'm willing to bet it might be Mighty Bananas. Let's put these here. Right there. And one more time. Yeah. When you know, you know. I'll just take these because I don't want to lose out on the resources. Let's also not forget to take our hover bike with us. Our hover quad, excuse me. I got corrected on that yesterday. I'd better bloody well mean it. I had better take that correction seriously. Let's start collecting some of these handfuls of Koroks. Where did I hear? I heard that around here somewhere. Yeah, how about that one? No, let's not, I did not mean to pop that out. That needs to go back in the OBS stock. Mr. Jason says, was that the amazing Aelin that corrected you, Mr. Coin? It was. It was. They certainly don't miss a beat. No, not at all. Although that correction was yesterday. There we go. Got that all situated, I guess. Doing the southern thing of like making words out of nothing. I'm sorry. What am I supposed to be Mr. Jason says, I'm really glad they chose your stream. They're more than welcome here anytime. Everybody is welcome here anytime. Absolutely. I'm constantly trying to do things to, cultivate a following. And I think I've got all the basic hallmarks. I just have to actually be a better entertainer, which I guess I can talk about a meta level conversation for a second, because like if we're talking about like audience retention, right? There's like a certain inflection point where you kind of just can't pay attention to everyone. That generally tends to be around 20 to 30 people on Twitch. I'm specifically using Twitch metrics here. I need to figure out where the heck this is. Really? Okay, let me find the real one. It's like over here somewhere. Yeah. Here. Let's go ahead and find the friend. Can't believe they're I would have thought for sure there would have been like a campfire or something. Yes, you need to reach your friend, and we will get you to your friend, but first, the jump scare. Mr. Jason says, speaking of wonderful people, although everyone is wonderful, I hope to see Shiny today. Me too. I hope we see everybody today. Of course, it's hard to do that when your schedule doesn't exactly line up well with, you know, doing the jam with other people. But that's why making it, you can't just rely on networking, right? You do actually have to make halfway decent content. Here I am talking about meta level stuff, and everyone's just wanting to see a friend, and I'm perfectly fine with that conversation. I'm just kind of using that as a sort of springboard to talk about other things. You get to be a good conversationalist. Like, being a good conversationalist is important for streaming. If you guys are going to do streaming at any point yourselves, that's something you might want to think about, is how well do you talk to people? But at some point, you lose the capacity to talk to people as your audience size necessarily increases. That's just kind of how it is. And so you have to be a good entertainer. And again, after like the 20-30 mark, like, let's have a chat with the Great Fairy here. I wonder what quest they're going to give us. Right there. Which one was this? Oh, goodness. I know which fairy this corresponds to, but I'm forgetting her name. That's not coming back to me. Someone, give it to me. Even one will do. Someone, please, feed me an Endura carrot. Is this Melania already? There's no way I magically bumped into Melania first. Maybe we did. You know what? Yeah, actually the extra long fingernails, the pink particle effects behind the wrist, yeah, that's them. Mr. Jason says, as you saw, Mr. Coin, there are two boardrooms, one that anyone could formally put a query to, and the private one for making decisions. Yes. Yeah. A lot of the things I'm making are not... A lot of the things that I'm positing are things at the administrative level and not necessarily things I think should be up for public discussion through a support ticket or whatever, or like however visible that is. And then Alan, yeah, pointed out that was Melania. Here you go, one Endura carrot. Ah, what a kind soul. You don't have to snatch. Delicious. Ah, there's Melania and all her spooky, horsey glory. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one that gave me that Endura carrot. For so long, my stomach has been torturously empty. Thanks to you, I at last had the energy to emerge from my bud. You have my thanks. My name is Melania. I am the god who watches over the horses of this world. Grateful as I am that you fed me my first meal in so long, my appetite is still not satisfied. What shall I do? Eat a horse? I'm kidding. You're the god of horses. Why would you do? I feel like if I said that here, I might get smited. Shall I eat you? I jest. You do not look appetizing. I fed you. Hey, you could be an omnivore. I wouldn't know. Another Endura carrot ought to do. In exchange, I can grant your wishes. Those related to horses, at least. Mr. Jason says the public boardroom is only for queries more important than support tickets. Understandable. And the support tickets do a variety of things, if I remember correctly. Mr. Jason says, you won't be able to be good friends with Melania. You're not able to have a stable relationship. You grant wishes, Melania? Yes, I can revive loyal steeds that have died, or enhance horses' abilities. But if you want me to use my powers, bring adequate compensation, bring food. I don't just want any food either. Yes, that Endura carrot you gave me was tasty enough, but you don't only eat carrots. Nay, your food is better, isn't it? I want some of those, what are they called again? Meals. Bring me some of those and I'll grant your wishes. What? Why are you looking at me like that? This is not about me wanting to eat tasty meals. I say this for your sake. The god of horses cannot revive on an empty stomach. Generation after generation has repeated that saying. It means that if you want me to enhance and revive a virtuous steed, you must give me food. Now then, what brings you here? What do you need? It seems this will not be possible. You can see the reason for yourself. Or must I explain everything? Choose a loyal steed to receive my blessings. What? Now, which trait would you like to improve? Oh, really? We could increase one of these? What the heck? Now we have horse upgrades to add to this? Hello there, Sniper. You say that you're a streamer, you love to be a friend, and you want to play together sometime. I appreciate the offer, but generally, if you're going to advertise yourself, I would prefer that you get to know me first. I would prefer that you come in and say hello. Just to avoid problems, I am going to purge that and give you a bit of a warning. As soon as I can get the correct... Yep. Send warning. Unable to fetch account. Oh, sounds like the warning about ban evasion is correct. All right. Let's fix that real quick. That's gonna be... I should just, like... Really? It's unable to fetch this? Okay, let me interface through Firebot here. And doing this left-handed is problematic. We're just gonna ban them. Even it should be able to do that. Yeah, there we go. Banned. I hope they don't come back. Let's see. Mr. Jason said... Or no, that Mr. Jason didn't say anything. Alan says a 5-star speed horse is extremely fast. No doubt. I can't wait to enhance these, but my goodness, are we gonna need to make a lot of this food. Mr. Jason goes on to say, I must keep, blah, 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 blah. Mr. Coin, I must keep up to maintain my quality level of jokes. All it takes is for Shiny to polish theirs to be a high enough standard, and then I could fall behind in our friendly rivalry. Oh. Did you mean to choose a different steed? No, we're good here. Goodbye. Well, goodbye then. Can we take a picture of this? No. Okay. Fine by me. Oh, it's even marked on the map. That's awesome. That is a very vastly appreciated improvement. Don't mess with Melania. They're not horsing around. That's getting a sure Jan, though. That far too many ellipses.
Sure, Jan.
Sure, they're not horsing around. They're the god of horses. They can definitely horse around. Oh, no. Okay, let's just get this facing the right way, shall we? And hopefully we'll be done with the surface by... Yeah, I already got that. Let's mark that off the map. Hopefully we could be done with Akkala. Maybe we can even be done with Akkala today if I'm not screwing around. But at least that's like the, first of 5 great fairies? Mr. Jason says... In ACNH, that's Animal Crossing New Horizons, for those that don't know what that looks like or means. You just placed your first bridge. Nice. Okay, there's definitely a... Wait, wasn't this where Furnace was? Yeah, this was where Sheikah Furnace was. What the heck happened? Did they, like, remove the furnace? Yeah, I think they just removed the furnace. There's not even... There's, like, a little bit of a patch of dirt where that used to be, but... Go to the tech lab. Oh, what just hit me? No. I'm not playing those games. Let's, eat before we get, absolutely clapped by another arrow. Very well, Alan. Maybe heading there might explain that. Also, yes, I am aware that the tech lab is technically a place we could teleport to. I can see it on my map that we could go there. But I think there's a quest involved in order to...
Sure.
What is it? Wait, you! It's Link! Get ready for battle! Didn't we clear you guys out earlier? No, I don't think so. No, we're not having this. Nice. You're gonna do the whole earth swell technique? And one more time for everyone in the back. Oh, right, we were too close. Okay. Oh, he was about to do something different. Interesting. Oh, that's very dangerous. Goodbye. Alright. There's no poor schmuck in here this time, so what gives? Mr. Jason says, when Nintendo first showed off the trailers for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, you saw the Aracuda and they seemed really dangerous, and then when you got the game and one-shot them, you were like, oh, it's just a bigger Keese. Got it. Yeah, we had talked about that earlier, where the Aracuda are definitely more flashy than dangerous. I mean, I guess it could be worse. Like, there are worse things that could definitely be happening. What the heck is going on with this? Can't grab that. Mr. Jason also goes on to say the Yika clan might collectively be, not very bright. But... Really? Oh, we can just ascend through this. Methinks. But the invention of theirs is groundbreaking. Okay, so what gives then? There's like a whole litany of... There's like a whole litany of crates here. But unless I'm mistaken, there really isn't a way to activate the... There isn't a way to activate this waypoint right now. It seems like we have to wait until later. Perhaps Robbie will make a return trip here. That's what I would think. Because we got the giant telescope. Oh, we just got this giant telescope. We have the exact same setup, just no way to mark it. Interesting. So we've gone to the tech lab, but I don't think anything has come of it other than confusion. And we went here one other time before just to get the data that we needed for one of the Porapad quests. So it's not like we haven't been here already. What I'm gonna do then is I'm actually gonna lay down oh, hello. I'm gonna collect this travel medallion, and we're going to place that travel medallion right here, so that if we want to come back here later and figure out what the heck is going on, we can do that. For the time being, we've had enough distractions. Let's get back to collecting these Koroks. They will not collect themselves. And then after that, we'll have, you know, a very busy time trying to collect, trying to go through all the caves and get the bubble gems and stuff. Again, I really will say I think we're making good progress on all that stuff. Just in 2 months' time, there's one at the tech lab. Yes, I'm aware of that, but I'm not. If you have like a hint as to how to unlock it, I will totally take that. I'm more than happy to use it, but I didn't see anything immediately apparent, unless it has to do with the cave. If it's got to do with the cave, walk the plank, you say. Let's pick up this Korok and then we'll go find the plank and walk on it. Okay, so we're looking for... It's over here. I see it right there. What's up, Mr. Jason? How do I know if a dad joke is a dad joke? This is definitely a joke with some setup, right? But generally, when it is apparent. Oh, yes, that was a good one. That was a good one. It's very much a dad. It is a dad joke as well. It like fits the definition and asks the appropriate question. Excellent work. But generally, the dad joke has to be like cheesy, corny, or yes, punny. It has to be one of those three things. So, a plank. We're walking the plank. No, that's the wrong one. There we go. Right up there. Right this way. Nice. Okay, let's find this plank. It's not that one. It's not up here. Yeah, because this is just the telescope lens. What other plank is there? Let me also make sure I've checked YouTube. Nothing on YouTube. Okay, we're good here. What other plank could there be? Just kind of like thinking about this. Sorry if I'm not super chatty. I'm just like, I'm running through the processes in my mind on where exactly this could be. Like, the only plank I can think of... Oh, wait a minute. Plank. Let me not think building. Let me think a little bit less narrow. Where else might there be a plank? This plank? There's no way that's correct. I don't think it's this rubble here. I'm gonna chuck a bomb at it, but I don't think that's gonna really work. Yeah, I didn't think so. Is that on top of this thing, right? No, this is like the previous lens. I'm still not seeing it. I'm looking around at this. And the only plank I can see is the one we found the Korok on. I'm sure there's a different plank being mentioned here. I'm just not seeing it. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I know that you would prefer not to revisit Hateno Village if you can help it, at least for a little while. But you have a really interesting thing for you to check out. There's a miniature ladder at the tech lab that works in Breath of the Wild, but... that works in Breath of the Wild, but not Tears of the Kingdom for some reason. Isn't it like the one that, was supposed to lead up to, like, Pora's room? Not this plank. That's not it, but it was. Meaning I already walked around it. Oh, I did not mean to fall down there. Never mind, I already got it. You had to have been talking about the, data pad. Yes, we did get that. No worries. No worries. I gotta find the hover bike and then we can keep going. Or the hover quad, excuse me. What, up here? Come on. Gotta find the exact spot where I can move through this. Here it is. Found it. And not only did we find that, you were talking about a Korok. Yeah, we already found that one. We found the stationary lights on the plank there. I appreciate the assistance, though. I mean, hey, it never hurts to confirm, or I should say it never hurts to confirm the things you already know. Let's go. We're actually getting really close to moving toward the cave systems here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Korok seeds left to go, and then we can get out of here. Finally. And see some new things.
some truly new things and not like things we should have seen already. So here's Tempest Gulch. It's right here. Is that a Korok friend? It vaguely looks like it could be one. Yes, it is. Where's the actual real one then? Who do we actually need to find? Right off Tumlea Heights. Yeah, okay. It's like over here. Let's see. And then we have this one over here. Right at this like little notch looking thing. Maybe we can find the lynel that we wanted to find yesterday as well. Kind of go from there. Right here. Huge tree. I think it's the huge tree. Yeah, it's the huge tree. It's this one. What's up, Mr. Jason? We got this one over here toward like the midst of the shelf. See the purple pin you just placed? The lynel is very close to that in the collection of trees below. Yeah, it's got to be like the same lynel location, right? It's probably like around, not there, but maybe like here. Let's put a skull pin by that, and we can readjust as needed. Okay, then we had. There's one here. No, that's the wrong stamp. You want a pin. And then we have this last one up top. Blah, 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 blah. And then we can check out Skull Lake too while we're here. Maybe even make note of the chasm that's there. Here. All right, let's get to work. It might be a tremendous. I mean, I make it sound like a bigger ordeal than it is. It's really not. I've already kind of demonstrated that the lynel really aren't. I guess I shouldn't say they're hard, right? Because that's like that's a skill thing. I've fought dozens and dozens and dozens and maybe even a couple hundred lynels, right? Try and. That's not gonna work on lynels. They're like, I hear they're supposed to be resistant to zonite tech. Besides, I get to show off my parrying skills, which is not something I get to do very often anymore. You can always count on Aelin for advice. Too true, Mr. Jason. Maybe if we actually make like a combat mech type machine, we could try ramming the bitches as was already said. But not before then. But I think we've gone through enough shrines that I could probably start collecting the necessary parts for that. I don't know how many shields I'm gonna have to like staple parts onto though. Okay, we know that the friend is down there. We can literally see them. But I've fought lynels so much that I can't, depending on what lynel it is, I should be able to parry what they're doing. The club ones might be a little bit tricky, but only to get the timings down more than anything else. All right, Mr. Korok, you are here at the friend zone. Not romantically speaking, the actual platonic friend zone. And we can verify or count, but I'm pretty sure we will be hitting 50% of the way through these absolutely incorrigible Koroks. Just a handful or thumbful or a thimbleful of Korok seeds at a time. Is this where the lynel is? Let's see. It should load in relatively soon. Yeah, there it is. I'm just gonna have you ignore that, Mr. Lynel. Okay, so he was where I originally placed this pin. Let's fix that. We're gonna grab this Korok seed, and then we're going to this feels like we need to land on the target, probably. Yeah. There we go. I'm lucky I caught that. Yeah, it's a target. That's what I thought it might be. In the TotK white. Mr. Jason says there is a club lynel at the TotK wetlands. You know that for sure. TotK wetlands. Look at that. Coin always hits his targets. Flattery will get you everywhere. Thank you. Thank you. However, whether or not I'm going to hit this target is going to truly depend on my combat ability and how much it has declined since transitioning to fighting Gleoks more than fighting lynels. Alright, we're going to put on the combat gear, because... Well, actually, you know what we could do? I could wear the Barbarian set and see how that's going to work out. Yeah, let's try that. I bet that will go over a little bit easier compared to the Soldier set. Okay, let's find a decent place to park. And now, we're going to save. And, even though I can pretty handily handle a lynel, they do still require my focus. So I'm going to go ahead and put up the overlay here. Mr. Jason says, challenge, fight the TotK Wetlands Club lynel with 0 armor and without taking any damage. That includes shields, yeah? Just so I understand the contents of that challenge. Okay, yeah, it's... I have to learn how to dodge with that. Alright. What do I want to whip out here? Probably a spear. Oh, actually, we could probably... Do we have attack food? We do have attack food. It's the shield I'm carrying. It's the shield I'm carrying. And it's the... Okay, what else am I wearing? It's this. Okay, I need to switch. Oh, that hurt. Good night and goodbye, Mr. Lynel. Thank you, Mr. Jason, for the GGs. And the rest of that can just be left enough alone, I suppose. Let's get out of here and wear the appropriate gear that I want to be wearing for our forays into the wilds. Yeah, the lynel wasn't particularly hard. I think the silver lynels are definitely like a step up there. But even so, other than the horn attack, which is always a bit of a struggle for me, just got to get used to the timing. The rest of the attacks I can parry normally. You should have rammed into him. How would I have done that? Either through like a shield slide, probably? Or, okay, what just shot at me? Over there. I see you. There's one. Okay, where's another one? Come on. I don't know, nor I don't know, nor do I care. Ram the bitch. Let me not do this like this. Let me use this. Oh, I definitely should have moved a bit differently. It's fine. And to be fair, I did actually ram my shield into his face, as Mr. Jason did say. But I'm sure that's not what was meant. I'm sure what was actually meant was something else. Can I not have every Octorok under the sun shoot at me? My goodness. I see you over there. Why is there a third one? Why is there a third one? Can we stop with this? Thank you. Mr. Jason says you need to alter the challenge, Mr. Coin, to bring it up on par with what you did, to make it so that you can be equal with me. Oh, do you now? Okay, I guess how are you altering it? Really? Well, hey, well, at least we have something that literally grabs anything. Fight the Nautel Wetlands Club Lynel at silver rank with 0 armor and without taking any damage. I mean, that's not too much different than what you told me, just that it has to be silver, so we will have to go find that one, and I'll have to fight it enough times until it is silver. And I take it you want that particular challenge answered live on stream. So if I do that in my off time, let's say, right? Not that I would actually go out and find that. I get the feeling that's in a zone we haven't discovered yet. Well, let's say I do, bump into it and do it off camera. A recording would not suffice as proof. You want to see it with your own 2 eyes? As long as you see a video, you're fine. Okay, just that's neat enough to know, I suppose. So if I end up, I know I still have to do the I think it's like this. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Because I know I still have like the dodge the tongue lash of a blue-colored Lizalfos. I think I still have that one to do, and a couple of others that I probably have forgotten about. But it's nice to know that if I do that in my off time, it'll count. Since you say a video, do you want that publicly published as like a short or something on YouTube, or do private submissions also work? Just out of curiosity. Let me just mark off some of these things that we have done so far. There's the offering plate, and this one was the puzzle blocks. Anything but a short. Fair enough. No shorts 5 meme. Got it. Yeah. But I will probably still make a short out of it if I do submit that. I'll just submit it as a separate video for you. Because these days, if it isn't something that you can swipe on your phone, people are very much not well, I shouldn't say not interested, but like it kind of has to really catch your attention or be worth less than 60 seconds. Plus, these days, pretty much everybody is using streaming platforms on mobile, so content creators should definitely be catering their content at least a little bit toward the shorts crowd. If you're not catering towards shorts, you're probably going to be frustrated. I'm just not very good at the level of editing required for a short. That's all. So I'll, my sibling, makes some stuff through TikTok, so I can, maybe perhaps ask them, like what sorts of things should typically go in shorts, because I do want to do that stuff. Look, I'm 33. I'm not that far from being 34. I'm not hip to be square. I am a man whose like most well-cited, well-remembered meme is Harambe from like the mid 2000s. Okay, I'm like really old school when it comes to that stuff. Wow. Just 2 more. And then we can like check out the depths. And like do other stuff. Okay, so the last 2 remaining Korok seeds are here. And one right up there, kind of pretending to be on the Elden Mountain ranges. Some people enjoy shorts, Mr. Jason says. I, especially with the role that you hold in the TCC, enjoy a nice full video. I think there's room for both. I don't dislike shorts. Are you obviously you're not kidding. How about that one, huh, Mr. Yiga clan member? Come on. Enough. At some point, the Yiga clan have to stop coming after me. At some point, they have to realize that every single one of their mooks has been getting dispatched without so much as, a bead of sweat coming off of Link's brow. And they've just got to realize, maybe we should stop killing the guy that tried to kill Master Koga. Mr. Jason says, what map section is intended in your plan to enter next? Mr. Coin, I am very glad you asked that, Mr. Jason, because I'm very pleased to inform everybody that we are finally ready after, once we clear out the depths and stuff, we're actually ready to go to the Picada region and finally begin moving toward the second sage. We've gone... we've got a lot of journey left to go, of course, but I think we've done a lot of exploring, and, I've rationed out the exploring just a little bit more, but, At some point, we do have to stop doing the extras and start getting the work done. Quote unquote. Just gonna pull that over. Maybe right there. And random rock is random. Okay.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
So, my lovely senators and inductees, that is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We take those at the top of every hour. There will be a 3-minute timer at the top of the screen, and I'm generally away during my desk. I'm generally away from my desk during that, excuse me. Once that timer has reached 0, I'm generally back at the desk, and we can pick up right where we left off. It really will be over before you know it. I highly recommend everyone get up, take a stretch, grab a snack, hug a loved one, do whatever you want, really. I'm not your daddy. I won't tell you what to do. And, as we all kind of take this break together. Now, this is the second commercial break, and you guys know what that means. We got to get the major shilling done and out of the way. Let me try to, game and talk at the same time. So I've talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel out, and of course you guys being here is more than enough for me. But if you do feel like being financially generous, there are plenty of avenues available for this. This is probably going to be super slick, right? No, because there's actual, cover here. Makes sense. How much further is that gonna last though? I have plenty of avenues for this. For those that are on Twitch, there are all the methods baked in on that site. There will also be a link tree. I better pay attention here. And do I have stamina food? I have 1 bit of stamina food. There we go. Link, you've got to be kidding me. For you guys on YouTube, that same stuff will be available in the description. I'm figuring out how I want to do the pinned comments. I may need to just come back in when it's all done and dusted after the stream is finished and actually put that in the pinned comments below. But that stuff is available in the description. Please do feel free to click around and check everything out. You can get most of the same benefits as your peers by using Patreon and Coffee for only a single $1. Since most of the benefits are Discord derived. Of course, any and all financial generosity is very deeply appreciated, really and truly. Let me go ahead and swap shirts here. And maybe also use a movement speed elixir. Let's do that. I was going somewhere, and my brain just kind of blanked. Climb on this as long as I possibly can. And... oh, we're still technically protected under this. Okay. Good. I am working on Patreon and Coffee content. It's just going to take me a little bit of time to get right. So I appreciate everyone's patience while I learn the appropriate techniques. Really? Alright. Oh, it's up here on this rock. That's what's going on. But yeah, you guys can get most of the same benefits, you know, preview access to the thumbnails, like other sorts of benefits. And if you do use the Twitch subscriptions, you get like emotes and stuff. I have drawn most of them myself, with a handful, you know, being done through commission. But we can wrap up that conversation after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I got caught up in a tiny little bit of a conversation with folks outside my room, so I had to go handle that. Did not take long, however. Yeah, the coin stamp smile is one of the ones that was commissioned through a graphic artist scam, so that is the next one I'm sort of looking to replace. It just takes a lot of time to do. And I'm also thinking really hard about what I want that to be. This is it. This is the last one. And we can kind of finally work on the caves. All right, that's all done. That is absolutely all finished. So we've got two shrines. Oh, you know what? No, we're not done with Korok seeds yet. You guys want to know why that's the case? Because I forgot something very important. This right here. There's a corresponding Korok seed right there. We have to go there anyway, so it's fine, but still. Hate that. Mr. Jason says maybe an animated emote of Link ramming soldier constructs. Oh, I'm not gonna be... That's too much on, I can tell, like, just as a context, right? Emotes are, 72. I want to say it's like... No, it's like... Emotes on Twitch are like 120 some odd pixels by 120 some odd pixels. It's not as much space as you'd think. And then the other two were like 36 by 36. No, I'm sorry, 56 by 56. And then 28 by 28. I can tell you that that's probably too much detail for an emote. What I could do, however, is make a GIF of that and like have a redemption for that or something. It would be coin stamp ramming bishes. I don't think we quite need to do... I'm not going to be able to do that, one. Two, I want these emotes to be something I can draw, ideally. And I couldn't draw that. Natural phenomena I'm learning to draw, people take a lot more time to do. I'm probably not going to be able to do that. I might be able to Photoshop something, but it certainly won't be ramming soldier constructs for fun. A precise strike. Alright, I guess let's figure out how things work, huh? How many different puzzles do we have here? Oh, it wants us to make mallets. I see what it's doing. Okay, let's do that then. And then... Okay, so then what's the deal with this? Oh, it'll automatically do it for you. Okay. All right. Ah, that doesn't quite work, though. It needs to be, like, exactly in the middle, like that. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, we just need to get this ball to, like... No, I don't want to attach it. Just want to do this. And I hope that'll be the chest for the shrine, and we could just focus on getting out of here. Okay, kind of has to be like... What the heck? Really? What? Oh, does it have to be on this? Sorry, I'm not really quite sure what the deal with this is. Nice. Excellent. Is there like some sort of like contact-free way? There's gotta be a contact-free way I could like activate these. Not really. Really? Okay, what's the deal with this? There's something I'm definitely not understanding. Like, I get the general premise, but it's like anything else, not really quite so much. Nice. It's gotta be this hole here. Okay, why is this suddenly not working? Mr. Jason says, I could do with your advice on something TCC related. Okay. I take it that's got to be through private message, right? Yeah, send that to me through DM whenever you feel ready or up to it, and we'll go from there. There's got to be some way I could do this. I guess I could use a cheap weapon here. Okay, what gives? Oh, I think I just have to do it like this. Yeah, it's got to be back just far enough. Yeah, it's got to be back. It's got to be back quite a bit, actually. Set Mr. Coin, if you need more elaboration or context, you could give it to me. Okay, I'll definitely read that between breaks, and we'll take it from there. Alan, the TCC is the Troll Castle Challenge Discord. Yeah, Mr. Jason said it right. He is the founder, right? He is the founder of the whole thing. He can explain it. There we go. No! Are you serious? Oh my god. I guess I need to be ready with that, just in case. Ah. Are you? Oh my god. This is very frustrating. Yeah, there are certainly things that we could discuss about Super Mario Maker 2. But you know, that can happen at the level where everybody is talking about it. And as Mr. Jason has probably alluded to a few times during his stay here, Super Mario Maker 2 is a fine enough game, but I do think, and I think he's also said this, it's pretty much at the end of its life expectancy. It is quote unquote a dead game. There are still people making content on it, to be sure. Carl Sagan 42, DGR, Ryukar, and probably quite a few other people are, maybe even Tanuki Dan. I don't know. I'm thinking of like prominent names. Oh, if I don't time this right, I see. Okay. Yeah, there are quite a few people that still make content on the game, but it is by and large a quote unquote dying title. We're all kind of, most of us are in the holding position for Super Mario Maker 3. I get the feeling the Discord might resurge as a Super Mario Maker focused Discord later, when that happens. Okay, we're gonna do it like this, maybe. Be ready. Nice. Excellent. Excellent. I love that for me. Ah, man. Things are not going my way with this puzzle. I know what I'm doing, I just have to actually execute it correctly. With the lore, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason says, we made the TCC at the peak of Super Mario Maker 2, but I, as the primary visionary of the organization, decided to turn it corporate because it just makes sense. Challengers equals clients and consumers, levels equal products. Too true. Too true. That is a way you can look at it. Gotta time this right. Alright. I need to lock in and not mess around. There we go. That blunts the impact. Just kind of have to wait for it to finish doing whatever it's gonna do and go from there. Like this. No, you don't. Fine. You know what? We'll just put it in there. I can't even do that. My goodness. Whatever. Whatever. Mr. I'm sorry. Alan says, something random, but you just found your 7.5-mile-hour speed limit sign in your town? Oh, really? That's pretty nice. Oh, this isn't sitting right, because of course it isn't. There we go. Yes, just like that. It has to be right. I know I'm doing the more complicated challenge first, but I just don't want to have to think about this treasure chest, you know, more than I have to. And I kind of need to time it so it's like on its way back as this thing is moving, like exactly like that. Game, why did you feel the need to do that twice? Okay, whatever. Mighty Zonite Longsword. Oh, this is like the two-handed version. Okay. Neato burrito. Let's get out of here then. And we got the chest in here too. Hopefully. Let's see if we can't make this work. Oh, are we playing like Golf It? We're playing Golf It, kind of, with this. Oh, here's a fun question I can ask. Anyone played Golf It before? I have. It's infuriating. It can be fun with friends, but it is otherwise not all that fun. Are you serious right now? No. You're gonna roll over there and you're going to land in the hole. Thank you. Just like that. Okay, that feels a little bit cheaty to me. Not going to lie, but I'll take it. Alan says, I used to live in Florida, so you have a lot of experience with mini golf, but not Golf It. Fair. Golf It has all the charm of a putt-putt course or mini golf course, but all the infuriation of mouse-oriented golf controls, which mouse-oriented golf controls are kind of just something you have to experience for yourself. Never mind, golf games that operate via controller. One example of this that I could talk about is Mario Golf. The Mario Golf spinoff. Yeah, that's operated through by controller, and that can be a pretty exasperating experience. I have not played any of the more recent Mario Golfs. I hear those are okay to play, but I remember having access to like Mario Golf on N64, and I did not stay playing that game for more than half an hour. Did not stay playing that game for more than half an hour before getting frustrated with it. Mr. Jason says, Recall has far too long of a reach. I mean, I'm happy it has that level of reach. It just still feels like cheating. I think it should be disabled in certain puzzles, so you're forced to do it the intended way. But I get why that's not really the case. It's probably like something to do with what kind of cell it is, and so on. I suppose our last port of call is to take a look at the Labyrinth. We gotta get the Korok seat on top of that anyway. Alan says, another weird thing about living in Florida, I could beat your ass at shuffleboard. I don't doubt it. I've never played shuffleboard. I think my mom could probably tell me stories of that, because she was born in St. Petersburg, so let me not have a... actually, let's take a second and just kind of put some stuff. What do I want to use here? Maybe a thunder horn for one of these, and then a silver bokoblin horn for the other. No, not that one. I want a... guess give me a Frox Fang for that one. Sure. Jason says, yeah, by ramming those bitches into the holes, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. You really don't have to, as far as I've seen online, you really don't have to play shuffleboard all that. You don't need to be that enthusiastic about it. You gotta be gentle. Alan says you're from around Boca Raton. I have no idea about any form of context for that. You would definitely have... I could probably look at... Let me actually look it up. And I'll not get too specific with where that is, because I don't want to like reveal personal details. I don't want to dox anyone, but this is just for those that are like, I don't know where Florida is. I don't know what the U.S. looks like all that much. You don't live there, so you don't care? Fair enough. So Boca Raton is not too far from Fort Lauderdale. And Fort Lauderdale is like on the outward facing edge of the peninsula. So if you were to look at it on a map, right? I suppose opposite of Florida would be what? Portugal, Spain, one of those two countries. I'm almost positive I'm gonna get that one wrong, but I think it's one of those two. Opposite of that would be about where you'd find Boca Raton. So you'd an hour drive north of Miami too. That also works. I'd like to go down to Florida. I know, I'm a U.S. citizen, and even though I'm the son of a military kid, I'm the son of a military man, army raised and everything, but even so, I'm wanting to put a better thing on this is what's going on. Just kind of fixing inventory a little bit. I'm not that well traveled when it comes to the U.S. The furthest west I have been is Texas. And I was in Texas in December when people were generally coming in for tourism. And this was like over 10 years ago. My dad's retired military now, so we don't do any kind of traveling like that. But if we did, oh boy, that'd certainly be something. Alan says go in like December or something. Less hellish then. Yeah, I think that would make the most sense. That said, if I do any traveling, it's going to be because the family is doing traveling, and it's not going to be because I'm doing any traveling, if that makes sense. I'm broke. I can't be doing that. Oh, right. Isn't this... Yeah, I don't think that's gonna... Nice. I see. So this is predicted trajectory, is it? 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Okay, now we have all the Korok seeds for this region, and we can move on. And I'll adjust the count as is necessary. The only traveling I really want to do is to Australia, excuse me. The Australia. Sure, Jan. That's a sure Jan moment for sure. Or to one of the British Isles, probably Scotland. I've talked about that before. Even though I would not claim my Scottish heritage, I am the great-grandson of one after all. Scotland has a beautiful countryside. I would love to see it sometime. And as someone of as a non-official druid, not like a religious druid, but the philosophical kind, even though I don't have any cultural claim or like lineage tied to like Stonehenge, going out and seeing Stonehenge has always been something I've wanted to engage in for some time. Let's read this. Research log. Day 1. It took us 2 days to reach this isolated island. Though the ruins stood before us, we were too exhausted to explore. Though wary, Toro was able to decipher the Zonai writing on the stone slab. The dragon ring slumbers in the labyrinth depths. Wake it, and ye shall receive due compensation. While his translation provided me with renewed vigor, Toro shortly thereafter felt ill with fatigue. After seeing him off on his way home, I swore to tackle the ruins myself. Aelin says you would totally claim your heritage? Your last name is one of the royal noble families? Oh, so like relatives of the Windsors, right? I want to make sure I know who we're talking about here. Like, as in people related to the the current reigning king of England. The acorns and nuts I've prepared to mark my path should see to it that I do not get lost inside. No. Okay, different nobles. Understood. Though I'm alone, I need to work hard enough for both Toro and myself. It's engraved with ancient Zonai text. You can't make out what it says, but can we take a picture of it? No, it's not one of the ones we can take pictures of, though that's different text. Oh, the royal was a typo? Okay, so just one of the noble families. Makes sense. And I suppose I want to make sure I'm being clear what I mean by claim heritage. What I mean is I can say, you know, yes, you know, I have the right to visit the land. I have the right or the legal ability to say, yes, these ancestral lands were in fact once my clan family's home, and if Scotland's offer ever stood, if Scotland ever offered those who could actually prove a blood claim to the clan for like emigrative purposes, I would take it up in 5 seconds. No kidding. No joke, no holds barred. Because I don't like what's happening in the US, and the less I can be, the less amount of time I hang around and find out what's gonna happen, the better off I'm gonna be. Because again, first they came for the scientists, and they didn't speak because I wasn't one. I didn't speak because I wasn't one. Then they came for the news journalists, and I didn't speak because I wasn't one. Then they came for the Romani, the Jews, the colored people, and the gays, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't one of them. But then, when they came for me, there was no one left to speak up for me. I don't want to be here to find out what's going to happen in our history later. I really feel like, even though we're not in 1930s or 40s Germany, we're not there. In some ways it's better, and in some ways it's worse. I am trying so hard to figure out where it is I'm going necessarily. I could cheat and climb up top, but I want to not do that this time. Alan says your dad's Portuguese, so you can go as you please. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, if you could be over there, you should. Take a nice long vacay and either wait for the US to collapse or wait for a change in leadership. Do that if you can. Otherwise, keep your head down if you can't. Okay, let me kind of like filter these pads here. So we can kind of go through there. Okay, so far so good. Okay, I think I see it. We just need to, like, put some pins here. Maybe edit and place this type of pin. The first choke point's going to be here. Let's see if my assessment is correct. Okay, is this a point we can cross? Yes, it is. Good. So in that case, we can delete that. Our second point of contention is going to be right here. I'm just kind of putting some pins so I can help navigate this. And then we want to put a pin over here, so we know where we're going. Mr. Jason says, you remember this area? A guardian guarded it in Breath of the Wild? Yeah. There, let's see. Is this the labyrinth I'm thinking of? Yeah, there were several guardians that guarded it. There's a whole basement full of them, if I remember correctly. I'm probably misremembering, but I remember getting the travel medallion here. Yeah, the travel medallion came through here. Mr. Jason says there were fun surprises in the basement. Oh, did I, like... No, we didn't mess that up. We're still going the right way. Yeah. An ancient circlet, a diamond, and... I see you right there. I'm gonna push that in. Maybe check out what else is here. Here's a question. So we see this block. Let's maybe put a star here so we know where to come back to it at. Is this going to be the right way? If we're willing to take some gloom damage, then yes. Yeah, I think we've hit jackpot. No, we have not hit jackpot. We got a couple of new items, though. Let's check that out. Strong Zonite shield and the strong Zonite sword. Now, are these better than what we currently have? A shield used by the Zonai made of Zonite. Oh, is this the medium level shield? I think it's the medium level shield. A strong Zonite sword made of Zonite. Yeah, same deal. I think it's the medium level stuff here. All right, let's I think we can kind of safely. So anytime we see one of these lead-in passages, we know there's probably going to be a treasure there. You can tell without picking up the items, Mr. Coin. Red arrow equals not so good. Too true. Still, at least we needed it for the compendium anyway. So we might as well have taken a picture of it and grabbed the stuff along with us. Might as well have done that. And we've never seen these designs before, so we have something new to talk about, I suppose. Sorry, untangling wires. Okay, let me, now that we're going the correct way, let me put a marker here. And then we'll figure, we may need to go over here now that I'm thinking on it. But let's test that theory. Let's see, this could just be one ginormous loop. Yeah, sure was. Okay. Figured it out. We need to go back and go this way. Toward this... Nope, wrong one. Toward this marker. We're figuring it out. This is... And you know what? This is probably the first time I've done a labyrinth... Had to cough there. This is the first time I've probably done a labyrinth legitimately on camera, and I didn't just climb it and go toward the back or something. Okay. Is there something around? Okay. Ah, right here. A Zonai bow that draws power from your energy cell. Power drains and arrows can fly much farther according to how long a shot is charged. Oh my god, I was about to say something super stupid. Let's not do that, and instead, let's take a picture. Mr. Jason says, essentially, Mr. Coin, a light version of the DM that you're okay to say because it's more vague, but you're thinking about expanding the board to C-suite, just like in actual organizations, but there are people that haven't really engaged at all. You gave like a tiny snippet of this, like a stream ago, and I think you may have alluded to that in a separate message. I think I remember something along those lines. Yeah, I'll definitely read your actual DM during the break. We'll go from there. Okay, what the heck? We need to be up here. The question is, obviously we need to like find a chasm. So maybe what I should try doing here is, maybe we should try ascending through the structure. Sure enough. Mr. Jason says, yeah, essentially there's some that might not be at the expected levels of engagement for as high a level as the board. One is not really engaged at all. No, that's fair. It's something I've picked up on too, just in my short time being here. Oh, I should read that text, because we've not read it before. Let's drop this. A strong, large sword made by the Zonai and made used by the Zonai and made of Zonite. Oh, you don't mean current members of the board. Okay. Okay. Then I'm thinking of something else then. There's like a different pattern I'm observing here. I need a good chopping axe, sure. Let's get one of these. There we go. We have that for later. Interesting. And I definitely don't need to be lobbing things. I definitely don't need to be wasting arrows on this. And I'm curious as to where this comes out to. Oh, we finally found the trail of chickaloo nuts, did we? I think it's this right here. Yeah, we keep finding these chickaloo nuts. I think we're hitting jackpot. Jackpot. Let's read this. Research log, day 3. Where's the second one then? In essence, there's one that I really don't want to remove from staff if you can help it, but you don't think it's appropriate for the said person to be in said role as part of the board. I hear you. I appreciate you giving me breadcrumbs, but I think I've got enough to go off of there, Mr. Jason. I want to leave some for private reading, if that's all right with you. Mr. Shiny says, the fact that Labyrinth became so handholdy is nuts. My goodness, you've come in already with a strong one, huh, Mr. Shiny? Greetings, Mr. Shiny. Good to see ya. Glad you're here. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Jason says, essentially you've installed the toilet. Now I have something to go on. Yes. We do in fact have a toilet here. My searching has finally led me to a Zonai relic. I must hurry back and tell Toro all about it. Though I must admit my curiosity remains piqued. I'm not sure if I'm quite ready to leave these ruins. For instance, I could see a lower level from this room. Just how is one supposed to reach it? Oh, I think I know how. But before that, it's shrine time. And this had better be a blessing for what we went through on this. Otherwise, I'm going to be miffed. I think I smell some vegetables on the cook pot. My room is pretty well ventilated, so I really don't smell things all that much. But man, when I can smell something from the kitchen, I can really smell it. I could go for a nice vegetable goulash. No meat, no beans, just pure fibery goodness. Cabbage, carrots, potatoes, okra. Along with some monosodium glutamate and some, or actually some things that have natural monosodium glutamate, to be more specific. Oh my god, I can just imagine the medley of flavors already. I'm a pretty simple person. I see a pot of boiling vegetables, I'll eat them. Imagine if the shrine was a proving ground. No, thank you. I'm good. I mean, I could do it, but I'm good. I'd rather not. Mr. Shiny says, doing great, actually. Awesome. You've hit the highest rank in a card game you're currently playing. It wouldn't be Magic the Gathering Arena, would it? I don't think so, because man, is that a grind, but... Probably something. It's probably another card game. Aelin says, have I tried Moco Loco? No, I've not. I have not. I don't even know what that is. That sounds like a dish, though. I'm intrigued. If you don't mind, do tell more. Da 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 da. I wasn't expecting to do all 3 levels of the Labyrinth today, but I think it would be a good idea if I knock this out. And besides, it's the object of the thumbnail. Let's do it. And I'll figure out where research text number 2 is. We got the first one, we got the what I presume to be the last one. Oh, so that's what it is. It's a rice with burger patty and gravy. For you who conquered this labyrinth of the land, I, the ruler of dragons, have unlocked the door. Find it on the south side of the labyrinth of the sky. The Lomei Labyrinth Island Prophecy. Okay. You know, I remember I play Stardew Valley, right? And there's a mod called Ridgeside Village, and there's a restaurant that's supposedly served by someone that comes from the Ginger Isles. His name is Pika, and he talked about a Moco Loco. hamburger dish with gravy and rice. Now I understand what that is. That sounds amazing. And you think it's the state dish of Hawaii? Delicious. I could go for that. I'll have to look at what the folks are cooking on the pot. I'm pretty sure it's not that, but could be worth finding a recipe for later. Mr. Shiny says, unfortunately, no. Fair. Like the one trading card game I do spend time with is Magic the Gathering. I can appreciate the others, but Magic is where my mind is. You play Pokemon TCG as well as a mobile version with different cards called Pokemon TCG Pocket. The way that it works in TCG Pocket is that you have monthly seasons. Makes sense. So every season you have to reclaim your Master Ball rank. Yeah, it works almost the same as Magic the Gathering, ranked, constructed ranked. That's seasonal. It's referred to as the standard format. With it's a 60 card format and you can have up to 4 copies of cards in your deck with varying amount of lands depending on what you're looking for, and you have to your mythic resets every season. It's basically tied to when the digital product releases for said game. It's pretty intense. Not really my cup of tea. I play in I'm playing like the 6th circle of hell in that game, but whatever I do get to play of it is fun. Mr. Shiny says, ended your grind in 117 games with 53.8% win rate. Large variety of decks means top decks have around 50 to 55% win rate. That's awesome. Let's read this. Maybe that'll give me a clue. At the entrance to the labyrinth in the Akkala Sea, there's a tablet engraved with words of prophecy. It says, whoever wakes the dragon ring deep in the maze will be rewarded. When you reach the deepest part of the labyrinth, a voice told you to visit the south side of the labyrinth in the sky. Mr. Jason, if you're present, maybe you can confirm this for me. The order of the labyrinth appears to be the labyrinth on the ground, the labyrinth in the sky, and then the labyrinth deep in the ground, like in the depths. Would that be correct? If it's not correct, that's fine. I just want to make sure I do things here in the correct order. Ground, sky, depth. Got it. Understood. So while I'm on break, I'll look at I'll read that DM, and I'll try to look into where this, like, second research text is, because I'm curious to know what it says. Really curious. Okay, so let's go back to the sky, and we'll go from there. Well, that's awesome, Mr. Shiny. That's a pretty good win rate. Since you're playing the Pokemon TCG Pocket, is that like your you talked about it being like the game that you play, but is it like the go-to competitive game that you play just in general? If you're looking to compete with people, Pokemon TCG Pocket is where it's at. All right, we were rejected last time. Are we gonna make it in this time? To you who set foot in my labyrinth in the sky, labyrinth of the sky, I offer a test of wisdom. 4 terminals are hidden in this maze. Activate them all. Mr. Jason is actually wondering if that particular order is unnecessary. It could be. Oh, you're referring to what you were talking about. I think C-suite is separate to board with the CEOs in between. you're like referring to your own, you're referring to like general corporate structure, right? That's probably a resource book, or definitely a look at structures later. Four terminals, huh? Well, let's switch the map then, so I can like see things. Although this doesn't actually let me see terminals. It just lets me see the map for myself if I want it. Mr. Shiny says, go to competitive? No.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I think I could pick out 2 spots, but finding these terminals is going to be rough. Mr. Shiny was saying, I'm playing a lot of Pokemon Showdown, which is an online client for Pokemon battles. I think I've heard of that one, yes. A lot of people in that space seem to really like the online client. I see a lot of Salt videos for that particular game, which I think is hilarious, but also sad at the same time. Because it's like it's just a simulation. I don't know why people treat it like it's their day job or something, but people will do that with any competitive title. Can move around quite a bit. Okay, I really need to like... I did not want... I don't know how that happened, but whatever, I'll take it. Well, guys, that was the 5-minute alert for the commercial break. We do take those at the top of every hour. Thank goodness now that the second hour is over. No more nasty shilling for anybody. I don't like doing that any more than anyone wants to hear it. Thank you guys for hanging out with me so far. Your company has been awesome. There will be a timer at the top left of the screen. When that timer appears, I'm generally away from my desk. And when the timer disappears, I'm back at my desk. I highly encourage everybody to take a break during that time just to kind of, get up, stretch, grab a snack, do whatever you want, really. Or don't do anything. I'm nobody's parent. And the commercial break will be over before you know it, regardless of what you choose to do. Pretty fairly straightforward. Your company has been awesome. Nice. Thank you, Mr. Coin, but there's no room for promotion for a director. Fair. I wasn't looking for promotion in the first place. Honestly, my life is pretty busy as is, and when I'm not busy, I'm tired, so I'm fine with where I'm at in the TCC, and I'm thankful I even got that at all, so... But thank you for letting me know which positions were occupied. Mr. Shiny says, Salt videos are a plague. Fair. Not only it uses players' weaknesses for personal gain, but many of those Salt videos are staged as well. Fair. Like, yeah, it's... I'm not even necessarily saying they're real, right? But I kind of find them funny. I find them funny because... when people get mad, they make spelling mistakes. And so I really laugh at those. And I also kind of get the opportunity to see, oh yeah, this is that person's true colors. You know, it's an opportunity. It's a teaching opportunity. You learn what people not to engage with, right? And you know, if it's staged, you learn, oh, this person's a manipulator, or is doing it for the lulls in the content. You learn what a person's real character is with stuff like that. It's where the real human being gets to come out. Let's see, we probably got a few seconds left. What can I get through here? How do I may even have to like analyze this over break and sort of figure out what to do. But we could be poking around in the Sky Labyrinth for some time. And with that, I will see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I apologize for being a bit late. I jammed my finger, specifically my fingernail. I jammed that into the, my refrigerator has, kind of like, a framework for how you slide shelves on. You can take the shelves out of my refrigerator. It's plastic with like a glass framing in the middle. Yeah, I jammed my fingernail into the holding where one of those shelves was. It really hurt. I had to go deal with that. No blood or anything, but did not feel very good. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Let's check on YouTube as well while I'm here. Mr. Shiny says you can select the quest and adventure log. Yeah, I should probably see if that does anything for us. Ah, okay. So we have a way to get through this then. Okay. I was a little concerned that we were gonna have issues with that. Okay, let's figure out the paths kind of one at a time. Maybe toward... Yeah, this is actually like just a dead end period. We want to go up here and go all the way across. And not only do we want to go all the way across, we want to let's use the pin system. We can actually probably take out all these other pins. Yep, there that is, I think. No, through here. Yep, there we go. I don't know how that was going to go out. And I'm kind of actually using my mini-map here to help me figure out where exactly this is supposed to be. Except this isn't really it either. Okay? Nothing down there. Mr. Jason says you resolved one of your issues, Mr. Coin. He placed one of the C-suite into playtesting. Said after deliberating with the board, I've decided to move you into a more suitable decision, or more suitable position. Fair enough. Fair enough. You're the boss. Boss knows best. And, yes, sir, Mr. Jason. I'm very much aware of that. Again, I will give you a reply to that after stream, and you could reply to it whenever you see fit. Mr. Jason says, boss knows best, but boss really likes his advisors. Yes, sir, I appreciate that. Okay, is this... What am I hitting here? Ah, that's what I'm hitting. I'm hitting a lattice work down here. The sky part should be a breeze. The jokes write themselves. I'm truly blessed to have a whole bunch of spinsters in my audience. Really and truly. I could definitely not be this funny. You know, if I were trying to do this. I'm appreciative of the puns. Now that's one of them. You've activated one of the hidden terminals. 3 remain. If you do as the voice instructed, who knows what may happen. Alright, let's figure out where next we need to go. Okay. Crossover. We can actually probably get to this next one. If we do it like this. And then here. And then kind of wrap around. It should be fairly linear after I make those adjustments. I'm sorry, what? Oh, it wants us to use this. Okay. Methinks. Mr. Jason says, now, of course, the larger issue, Mr. Coin. Your CMO, who's found us a few good challengers in the past, but hasn't done a lot since. Within reason, expectations are higher at those levels. Yeah, I really do think... I think it's important that when we make these adjustments, like, we're careful how we word it. I think we need to make sure, or rather, again, you're the boss. Do what you want. My only advisement I would think I would probably offer, and this is just true in general, is we're all adults, right? We all have busy line of work. We could be, I don't know, maybe some of us are married and have children. Some of us have like nieces and nephews to attend to. Not saying that's an excuse, but we just have to make sure we word things right. And that the wording is fair and firm, but not harsh. In an age where corporate fatigue, I think, really is kind of a thing. You know, we have actual real scummy corporate entities every day treat us as less than human. I think it's important that if we're in an organization that is para-corporate, I'm inventing a word here. We had paramilitary, which means kind of parallel to the military, para-corporate, parallel to corporate structure. I think it's important we still differentiate ourselves as human beings, and we don't discard the human element in assessments and how we handle people. That's just my purview. Is that it down there? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's the first half of them done. Now we have 2 more we gotta find. But how does it want us to do that? Do we need to kind of like... Yeah, this gust is particularly quite weak, obviously. I think we kind of just have to make our way back. Yeah, I think we kind of just have to go around kind of gently, or else kind of like use this internal structure to reset into the middle. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, with regard to that sort of decision, with... My brain is beginning to melt, as people can no doubt see. To be fair, with regard to that decision, they are kind of more important in playtester, that is staff, that deals with requests from other troll creators. So just as important as hair, exactly. Hold on, I'm gonna miss something on YouTube if I'm not paying attention. You're quickly learning how to traverse labyrinths. I am truly amazed. And it was the same stretch that sorry, not great, the best with names. Alan made that same stretch earlier. Yep, that is a sure Jan moment.
Sure Jan.
Joke's not bad, just a stretch. Mr. Jason says, we're important. Sure, we're just overpaid executives, Mr. Coin, is what I would say if we were getting paid. Especially you. Yeah, you do a lot of work for something that is what is essentially like unpaid organization, and I think that could actually be a point of pain if it isn't eventually addressed. But again, I have a litany of suggestions that people are free to deliberate on. Yeah, that people are free to deliberate on when I put them in the boardroom. You do enjoy it? Fair enough, Mr. Jason. But you are looking forward to the suggestions? Very well. It'll just take me some time. The boardroom suggestions are likely going to be more of a Saturday or Sunday thing, and I'll try to reply to that DM as soon as I can after stream is up and everything. Gotta think of how I'm wanting to structure this. Is it this way? I think it might be this way. Are we playing Flappy Bird? I feel like we're playing Flappy Bird. Maybe these labyrinths will be the whole episode. Ooh, big battery. I will never not say no to one of those. Oh, and we can use this. We can use this to get us back to the general area to get the other two terminals. Hey, when it works, it works. But you know what would I just thought about this. What I should actually probably be doing is something a bit like this. Because we're not needing to be stealthy. Mr. Jason says, I'm sure if I remove people from staff, they shouldn't be petty about it and unmod me from their channels, but it's really only 3 specific people you're calling into question. All other staff are, to your knowledge, in the best places already. That's fair. Again, I'll make sure I ask questions in the DM. That's about as much as I probably want to say. You know, publicly speaking. Soldier 4 blade, nice. What do I want to drop to make room for that? Probably the 8-fold long blade, because we don't need that. Cheap weapon's nice to have, but what do you mean I can't take that out here? Sure I can. I just did, video game. Some people might not handle board level discussions very well. I mean, the thing with the board level discussions is, again, you want to avoid being abrasive. If you're not careful with your words, yeah, I could expect some folks to definitely not handle that well. 8-fold Longblade has an interesting property with elemental horns. It sounds like I should go back and maybe okay, good. We have a gust here. Oh, but I think we found the terminal. No, we did not find the terminal. Or it's like up here. Oh, you know what I could do? This should help spring us back into some form of relevancy. You could break one if you haven't already. Okay, we're gonna go and grab that. What do I want to take out? Maybe the magic rod? No, it's the 8-fold blade. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And we're going to destroy the material. And so with the horns, you said, right? An interesting property with elemental horns. Yeah, okay. Let's keep things simple. Let's use a fire one. Flame Gleok Blade. Okay, nothing on YouTube. Mr. Jason says, what I mean by that is I don't want to keep reminding people again and again and again, as some people aren't really engaged so well. With board-level discussions, you inform the board of what you've considered, and then they, at their leisure, within reason, give their input. Right. Exactly. Like I said, it's something I've already kind of picked up on. Just gotta have the honest discussion. Oh my goodness. So this thing can whip out elemental energy attacks. That's actually really cool. Thank you for sharing that with us, Mr. Shiny. I would never have thought to experiment with that. Not even a little bit. That's very interesting. I would not have expected the devs to have thought of that. Not gonna lie. That's actually amazing that they did. One more left, and then we make our way to the internals of the shrine. Is there anything else? Oh, you know what we could do? This is actually an amazing opportunity to try this. I don't intend to, like, not do this legitimately. I'm just curious if it'll actually put me on top. Cool. So now we can re-enter at a point and figure out what the best path toward this is. Mr. Shiny says, I love experimenting with fusions. You could find something truly astounding you haven't thought about before. Yeah, I'll say. Thank you again for that. We can also get rid of these stamps. We don't need them. Mr. Jason says, now, of course, with you, sure you have a bit more limited time to give your input, but I have zero doubts that you ultimately will give your input. Thank you. I appreciate that. In fact, Mr. Coin, you were talking with your good friend Jamie earlier, and I referenced your post in the boardroom, and I specifically said, do you see why I took a liking to him? And Jamie said, I certainly do. Awesome. It's nice to know that I am well liked on the board. I'm glad that Chief Executive has also I guess recognized your appetite, or your how do I want to put this? I need to be careful with my wording. Affinity. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Your affinity toward the stream and everything. Alan says Liesel tails make whips. That I did know, but I haven't really had yet a good opportunity to try it. What I would prefer is if I could fuse like a Liesel tail with a Gleok horn, but I don't think that's happening. I would love a flame whip right about now. Okay, but we got to figure out where we're going next. So I think we have this lead up over here. Oh, do we actually need to go back through here? No. Yes? Hold on. There's a point of this I need to test, and I'm gonna need to... Oh, do I want to? I feel like that's a bit of cheating, and I'm kind of cheating at this now, but... Fire Breath Liesel Tail makes a Fire Whip? Gotcha. Okay, let's try going over toward that mark, and I can test my theory out like that. This is more what I'm used to doing in Breath of the Wild. I'm used to like traipsing the tops of these and just finding a good entrance point. Okay. So, let's see. Here... Yeah, just go in through here. I think we figured it out. If I had seen this pattern, I would have just stayed in here to get the third terminal much earlier. Oh well. That's life. That's how it happens sometimes. You just fail to see things. You make mistakes. You're not perfect. Nobody is. For those of you that have played this game before, how did you guys solve this? Did you guys do it legitimately? Or did you use a bunch of rockets to go through the tops and just find the four rooms? Either method is fine. I'm curious. Since we're kind of, you know, experiencing this all together, so to speak. Yay, we have the ring. And this should get us toward the top, just like that. Shiny said legitimately surprising enough. Ooh, nice. Let's grab this and let's see what they have to say. You who have traversed this maze, mark well my words. I have pulled apart the bars of the labyrinth of the land that obstructed your path below ground. From high above to far below, prove your courage by diving into the depths of the earth. The final way shall open to you. Yay! You activated the fifth and final terminal atop the labyrinth floating in the sky above the Akkala Sea. A voice said, from high above to far below, prove your courage by diving into the depths of the earth. The final way shall open to you. Mr. Jason says, you usually don't share private discussions, but it needed to be said that we're very happy that you're with us. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I appreciate that. And it wasn't really a non-shareable discussion. It did seem like it, but I tend to keep those assertions to myself. You just wonder how to explain board level expectations. You can't quite put your finger on how to state it without being confusing. I think it's fairly straightforward. I think the part you probably need to wrap your tongue around is like what level of engagement you're talking about. Be very specific. Kind of make a checklist out of it at first is what I would do. Say, okay, these are the things I know I want my members of the board to do for that role or whatever. And then, you know, try making a few drafts of how you want to say it. This is how I communicate high-level discussions with people. I generally go through a couple rough drafts of what I want to say, and I polish the wording. I go, okay, no, if I were to read this the way someone else would read it, it would be too charged. Change the wording. Oh, is this relevant, or am I injecting my personal insight or my personal insights / emotion where it doesn't need to be? Then I take it out. If you didn't give me director, you would have given me chief compliance officer. As I tell my friends and I tell my family, I am very good at being Mr. Bad Cop. I'm also okay at being good cop. But if I need to be bad cop, if I need to be like, you need to do this, or there are going to be some consequences later, worded just gently enough that there shouldn't be any underlying problems. That's the goal, because I just wish I did that in my own life. I need to be a little bit of a bad cop more. I'm fine with asserting myself, but sometimes you just have to be rude. And you have to be rude in a professional way. You need to give a reason that is on its face palatable, but deep down when someone realizes what they're reading, they realize what you actually mean to say. You're great in a complimentary way. I'm glad that you're glad that you're my boss. I appreciate the compliment, Mr. Jason. Let's dive head first into the abyss. Oh my god, I didn't think I'd make that. I'm not gonna lie, I would probably pass out if I were to make such a dive in real life. I would actually probably pass out. Just because of my fear of heights being what it is. Alright, so what do we have left? So are we just diving to the bottom? Is this like an enemy gauntlet? I'm curious as to how this is gonna work. Oh, there's straight up an enemy here. And the way is completely unmarked. This isn't gonna get scary, not even a little bit. Oh, I meant to mark that with a skull. Let's fix that. This looks like a flux construct level. Oh, it's a level 3. Okay. Mr. Shiny says, generally kindness is easy to exploit. I agree. You try to be kind, but when you have to state what you want, you're blunt about it. And let's say you've learned the hard way about it. I too have learned that the hard way. I guess in my circumstances, it's always safe for me to be blunt. You kind of have to learn. I had to learn how to be blunt without being rude. Because there are people that will feign outrage when they're approached with even the slightest bit of clapback. Among both friends and family and people I've met in my own personal life. I have to balance things. It would be nice if I didn't have to do that, but since I've had to do it for such an incredibly long period of my life, I've gotten very good at it. It's a skill that I have. This is what I mean when I tell my friends that I'm great at walking among various social circles. I'm very good at figuring out the internal workings of group dynamics. I know I get a sense for, like everyone's saying something, everyone's saying the same thing with different words, but if you read the facial expressions carefully, you'll notice that people's real emotions flare out and they're feeling something different, something that needs to be gotten to the bottom of, or it might shred your friend group. And a friend group or, work-related group or whatever, and then you have the extra assessment of, okay, but is it better if it's been shredded, though? Like, would it be better in the long term if that person just weren't around in that group? Like, these are the kinds of things I think about all the time with my own social circles. Every day. At least a little bit. At least for an hour. Now, the flux construct should be easy, but just in case, I'm going to go ahead and lock in for this, and I will read all of your wonderful, lovely compliments, comments, concerns, and questions. I chewed my own tongue there. Afterwards. Wish me luck, everybody. I hope it won't be required, though. Goodbye. I thought we were going to have a third labyrinth to go through. I'm happy that's not the case, actually. Okay, that's not what I was wanting to do there. What I was wanting to do was... What do I want to replace here? I don't think I want to put that on a magic rod. I think I want to do something else. I could actually staple it to a magic rod and then pay to have it removed. That actually might be okay. Yeah, that's probably fine. Mr. Jason says, if you're good at playing bad cop, I might need you in executive director, Mr. Coin. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to, like, I don't want to advance the ranks too quickly for having done nothing. A lot more of that can be discussed in private, Mr. Jason. Let me put it that way. Mr. Shiny says, the funny thing about flux constructs is that when you remove one cube from arms and legs of it, it has no way of damaging you. Yeah, because it's busy trying to get the cubes back, right? That be correct? Let's swap things over where we need them to be. What on earth are we getting for all of this? You who have traversed this labyrinth of the depths. This trial was a test of your talents. In overcoming it, you have shown yourself to be strong of body, skill, and mind. In my name as the ruler of dragons, I commend your achievement and offer a fitting reward. Armor wreathed in otherworldly evil, hidden away since days of old. Take it now. Interesting. The labyrinths in the Akkala Sea were trials to test the talents of someone who entered, built by someone calling themselves the ruler of dragons. You don't understand any more than that. If anything, this experience has only deepened the mystery. Indeed. I would definitely say that to be the case. Mr. Shiny says it tries to attack, but it can't reach you. Okay, that's making some sense. Mr. Jason says, I might be executive chair and head of the entire organization, but my methods of portraying what I want to say is not great. So I kind of need someone who can formulate messages appropriately. I get that. I totally understand that. Having someone who can help with words is generally a noble thing to ask for. And especially because that usually makes the health of the organization better. Evil spirit armor. Some believe this armor is inspirited by a malevolent entity. It is a rather rare find. And you can't give me chief compliance officer as that is a demotion. Fair. Fair. Okay, so we have, like... We've gotten the labyrinth. So what I want to guess is that there is probably... That leads toward the surface. So I think there's gotta be a light route around this. Mr. Jason says you specifically wanted me where I am. Jamie agrees. I'm flattered. You and Helen are in the perfect places. I appreciate that. Let's maybe head down here and see what the hubbub is. Oh, another chest. Man, we're just getting all kinds of treasures today. What do we want to throw out to make room? We can get the Sea Breeze Boomerang at a vendor if we really want to, like, work with it. Mr. Shiny says the reward is part of a set that it's quite powerful when put together. Oh, okay. Well, we did see this set in Breath of the Wild, right? Like, the evil spirit armor was essentially a Sheikah suit clone. Is the evil spirit armor going to have like desynchronous effects? I.e., like, one piece has one benefit, another piece has a different benefit, and so on. Mr. Shiny says it's a DLC set with bone weapon proficiency. I see what you mean. Then it's the same. We definitely experienced that in Breath of the Wild. I guess it's just now because we actually make all of our weapons out of the stuff, out of bones and horns and so on. The set might actually go from being rather mid in Breath of the Wild to being amazing in Tears of the Kingdom. I look forward to that. Mr. Jason says Helen is on the board as she is a game developer. That's cool. It's nice to know we have access to a real live game dev. It's not every day that you get to come in contact with one. And has experience in corporate as well. Yeah, I could tell that part. Okay, so we have this here. And if I look at the map, does this just, like, loop in on itself or what? And of course, you mod for her. Valid, and it is exactly what I would expect too, so. We're learning lots of things. Mr. Shiny says, actually only a handful of materials count as bone for some reason. The strongest one definitely is Molduga Jaw. Makes sense, it's a jawbone. So I'm willing to bet anything that's like the Moldjera jaw should probably also count as bone, right? At least I hope to God that's the case. I would be pretty upset if it didn't. Wow, we are finding all kinds. It doesn't. Sadness. It's a jawbone video game. What are the devs smoking? The devs should absolutely have counted that as bone. Ridiculous. I suppose it could be worse. I suppose it could be way worse, all things considered. Wow, we are finding all kinds of good stuff in here. Let's drop this Liesel Blade then. And we'll, we have some very good weapons in the future. Aelin says, did you know that if you get struck by lightning while on a hover bike, you fall off? I kind of figured that would be the case, but that's nice to know, Aelin. Thank you. Mr. Jason says, I would make an enemy out of a weapon out of enemy arms, but hitting things might not be humorous. Very sad to use the Aelin goes on to say, I totally didn't get struck by lightning while on a hover bike just now. That has to be sadness. Did you, like, die or end up using a ferry? Were you able to safely land? Just kind of curious. You thought the lightning helm could help you? I think you need the full set to be shock immune. And you need the set upgraded to level 2, if I remember correctly. I wasn't intending to do this here, but we at the end of the day, oh, that's the rubber set. The lightning helm makes you lightning proof. Ah, understood. Mr. Jason says, imagine fighting a Gleeok in the dark, Mr. Coin. I don't want to think about that. That sounds awful. I guess it's not the worst thing, because you have, like, bright bloom seeds. You can, like, use that to sort of mark the areas where you'd expect it to be, but I cannot particularly imagine that going quite that well. Mr. Shiny says, I've checked your statement, you've checked to confirm your statement, and only 4 feasible materials count as bone. Spiny bones lying around in the Elden region, Stalnox horn, Molduga jaw, and Gibdo bone. Ah, we still have not met the titular Gibdo yet. I know that will be a thing in the making. I think this thing will probably come back. And I'm also pretty sure this is like a solitary region, so we're done here. We can actually mark some caves, and I don't think we're gonna get very far, but we're gonna try. We're gonna do what we can anyway. So in the next episode, I expect to clear out the depth and be done with Akkala, finally. And then we can wrap back around to the Picketer region and start heading toward Death Mountain, where the second sage will surely be. We know who it is, but let's keep the mystery. Let's keep the suspense. And let's not reveal that bit of information yet, shall we? Story spoilers and everything. Sorry, I'm like looking at my map for something. We've technically already explored some caves, so we really only have a couple more. We have several more caves to do, but and a couple entry points into the depth. Let's see. You have to be careful who you add to the board, of course. He's also the most annoying, Aelin says. Yeah, maybe. Shiny says, by fuse attack power, Gibdo bone is the strongest, but extremely brittle. Ah, so it's the equivalent of the, Royal Guard set. Makes sense. Oh, I'm gonna hate fighting Gibdos if the jawbone or the bones of the Gibdos are, like, really powerful. So for melee weapons, Molduga jaws are kind of the go-to. Makes sense. Alright, let's mark some caves. We've gotten 2 of them, so the Tauren wetland will kind of be our first destination. And we'll kind of work our way... Ooh, yeah. We'll work our way towards Terrytown and then head up to the stable. Okay, so... 1? And we saw a couple of these earlier as well, so now we get the chance to sate our curiosity. Ah, the Gibdos. Gibdos can only be damaged when they are attacked with lightning or fire. Oh no, they brought back the Anubis weakness? You gotta be kidding me. Oh no. Why? Why did they think that was a good... I mean... Granted, this stuff is a bit easier to come by, but really? I mean, at least it's not as annoying as Ocarina of Time. Man, who remembers fighting the Anubis enemies? I do. They were not fun. I mean, I say this knowing full well that by the time you see them in Ocarina of Time, there's only one place to find them. But bumping into them in a randomizer or not having the correct stuff on hand really sucks. Your next one is like, ooh, that's not for a good while yet. In fact, our next one is not until we reach the next stable. Okay. We'll make it work. And over here. Yeah, I do vaguely recall a well being out that direction. Mr. Jason says, for reference, Mr. Coin, a single Gibdo bone will do 140 damage hit, which is 15 less than the most powerful fuse item, the Silver Lynel Saberhorn. Ah, yes, everyone's favorite item they will, that they like mentioning is the Lynel horns. Shiny says, Gibdo bone will be used as your arrow fuse material. Yeah, you know what? That does make sense. Since it's fragile anyway, might as well put it on the arrows to, like, really give them some extra oomph. That makes sense. For the time being, why don't we, head out without making a hover bike for right this second. I think we can make these distances without that anyway. Besides, I would hate to use ore only to have to, like, can the invention in, like, 5 minutes. That seems pretty silly. I do want to thank you guys for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope everyone has enjoyed the gameplay and commentary today. I know we've kind of been all over the place, and there are definitely some parts that were quiet. But we actually managed to spend a lot of time really soaking in the labyrinth, which is what I wanted to do at the end of it all. I thought it would kind of be an over and done event. It's nice that the labyrinths are pretty meaty. And I can't wait to enter another one. I like them that much. What do I want to do? Yeah, I guess this is fine. And we can gather a lot of resources in peace. You always do, Mr. Jason? Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Oh, really? Alright, sure, game. We can do that. Maybe we'll find our friend the... Actually, I don't know. Oh, this bumped into a cave, did it? Okay. Okay. And I'll trust that these are all kind of connected. Mr. Jason says, even if we were just watching paint dry, you would enjoy being here. I appreciate that. Although you would just spend the time talking business, and that might be a bit boring for Aelin and Shiny. I would agree with that. I mean, I would break that up with other conversation, but... Like, if we were ever to do a just chatting, I would definitely not want it to all just be business. I think that would probably drive a lot of people out. And that's no offense to the TCC. Like, if I were in on that conversation, or if I were in a chat room and that was going on, I think I would probably dip out. And that's just me saying that the conversations would feel very one note. And I don't like that. Really? Is there any way we can... Oh yeah, we can ascend through the structure. I guess that would be how we'd have to do it. We'd have to ascend. I'm gonna trust that we can, like, ascend through. Yeah, okay. I figured out our point of contention here. We could just ascend like this. I think. But no, I am incorrect. Oh, wait. Wait a sec. I wonder if I need to enter in through the actual cave entrances. I might need to do that. I'm glad you think so, Mr. Jason. I know when you're business, Mr. Jason, but I know that you can still speak as a how do I word this? Nobody has forgotten how to be a human being first. That's cave number 1. Why do there should definitely be... Okay, let me just test my theory. I may or may not, we may or may not confirm that the bubble frog is, like, a part of this, like, one huge system. Mr. Jason said, or I'm sorry, Mr. Shiny says, I personally prefer Breath of the Wild labyrinths due to the fact that they weren't hand-holdy. Fair. You love the challenge they provided by giving minimal hints. I could see the appeal in that. I think I can like both for different reasons. Though if I had to give a preference, I see. Yes. Okay, they are part of the same cave system. Man, I just read that with my eyeballs. Hadn't even processed that yet. Just because there's more meat to it. Maybe I'll have a more refined opinion on Labyrinth when we do the other one, which will be... unironically enough, I believe the Picada region has the other Labyrinth. No, wait, there are 3. There are 3 labyrinths. We had the one up here. We had, like, the stretch of 3 lynels up here. We had the one in the Gerudo Wasteland. There's a ancient structure there. And then we had this one. Yeah, so I think we've got 2 more of these. And I feel pretty good about that. Okay, let's actually take the rail car to Terrytown. And quickly before it rains. And we can glide down to where the next cave is. And we'll wrap that up. We'll wrap up that cave and then we'll cut the stream from there. Mr. Jason says, I have not forgotten your humanity. No, but definitely not. Aelin just rammed those bitches. That statement is going to live on for a little while. It's very avant-garde, but it works for me. We could just hit the thing, Coin. We could just hit the thing. Imagine if lynels patrolled the labyrinths. No, thank you. This could certainly be a better structure. You know what? I'm not going to complain about, Hudson's building ability. This actually works fine for what it is. And I get why it's clamped like this. Mr. Jason says, that statement is a meme near here now. It is. And a very welcome one. Agreed. To go back earlier to that, to what Mr. Shiny was saying, for right now, I think I'll give my weight to the Tears of the Kingdom Labyrinths being my personal favorite. But maybe there's still time for me to warm back up to the Breath of the Wild Labyrinth. Mr. Shiny says, for example, the Akkala Labyrinth in Breath of the Wild, on top of having a Guardian fight, had a tunnel system not visible on the map. You could only find your path by finding metal boxes scattered around. Yeah, I didn't get to... I perhaps chose not to experience that part of it, because I had done that, like, legitimately off camera and during a previous playthrough. So I opted to go the more, cheaty approach when we did it on stream. I definitely felt like that deflated the sales out of a lot of the labyrinths that were on offer. I guess one compelling feature of the labyrinths in Breath of the Wild that I think shouldn't go amiss here is we talk about two different methods of doing the labyrinth, right? I went over the top, you went and navigated it legitimately, right? The fact that you could even do it two different ways and end up at the same result is, I think that's I think that can be a testament for one of the perhaps notches on its belt that the Breath of the Wild labyrinths can lay claim to, is the 100 different ways to skin the same cat idea. You know what I'm saying? Haggy says, whoa there. Want to use the rail car? What? Do I have to? There's a fee for that. You're free to use it once you pay up. What? What? Shiny did it legitimately. Mr. Coin went over the top, and Mr. Jason just spent his time bullying Lynels. Too true. Screw you, noblesse, haggard man. I thought it might be valuable when I picked it up, but this weird rock is giving me the creeps. I gotta hurry and find some sucker to... Heading to the construction site, eh? There's a small fee to use the rail car. I'll collect that for you. It's 20 rupees, no exceptions, but you only need to pay it once. I feel like this is a scam. One fee, unlimited rides. That's a bargain. How about it? What's that rock? Oh? Are you interested in this rock? I found it buried at the construction site. It's a rare rock, so I took it as a memento. Sure you did. Sure you did. Hold on.
Sure, Jan.
That's a sure Jan moment, ladies and gentlemen. But if you're interested, I would consider selling it. For you, a special introductory offer of 100 rupees. I get the feeling you're not going to hackle, so I'll just take it. Mr. Shiny says, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a lynel abuser. Too true. I don't get Haggy. You can just glide down. Yeah, right? Swindling at its finest. He does haggle. That he does, Mr. Jason. Are you trying to sell random junk for outrageous prices again? Look at that thing. It's basically just... I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, that's funny to me for whatever reason. Look at that thing. It's basically just a really big piece of flint. I'd call 60, no 50 rupees a more than fair price. But I already said an absolutely fair price. And he might have... Okay, no need for the stern wife look. Wait, you two are married? You two are still married? Well, what do you say? It's a real deal at just 50 rupees. I have to know. If you say, because I know the option was not at that price, does she still step in regardless? Or did I get better dialogue by doing it the way I did it, out of curiosity? Mr. Shiny says, I believe that's the same NPC that tells you to kill guardians in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I think that I remember that name. I hardly remember that quest, though, because I kind of already killed them and then turned it in super quick. Mr. Jason says, stern wife look. It really is the scariest thing. And remember, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people, it's not happy wife, happy life. It's happy spouse, happy house. Just remember, it's happy spouse, happy house. And good peace of mind. His wife has him under total control. Says Mr. Shiny. Good. What? He's actually gonna buy this weird rock I found? It's my lucky day. I bet this guy spent all his... Because this dude had, like, the posh look beforehand in the previous game. I remember this chap's face well enough. So... he probably spent all his money, then had to get a construction job, and has probably been kind of like Addison, one of the few employees that Hudson's very aware of what's going on, and so doesn't give him much to do. That's great. You have a good eye, sir. This is definitely a very valuable rock. You've made a wise purchase. Yeah. Aggie here's the NPC that gave you 100 rupees as a down payment and 20 as the rest. Let's see. Okay, I didn't read anything different on YouTube. I already acknowledged that. Mr. Jason says, I don't think Hudson would have hired him. He's not Haggison. Policies and all. Too true. So methinks that this dude is just wearing construction gear to fly under the radar. Maybe. And now this rock belongs to you. No refunds. I'll place it in the back for whenever you're ready to take it to its new home. Rock for sale. Oh, I think I know where this goes. I think I know exactly where this goes. So this is technically a shrine quest for a different area. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna cut things off here because I'm already 10 minutes over. But I'm gonna save first. This rock should still be here for when we ultimately come back on Monday, because today is Friday, and I want to reserve Saturday and Sunday for either premieres or like video submissions, one of those two things. Mr. Jason says, since that rock is actually priceless, I guess he's hit rock bottom. Mr. Shiny says, even Grant has changed his name to Grantison after getting hired. Oh, so people actually just straight up go through the name change. Like they don't need to be born as a son. Fair enough. That is a really weird convention, though. I could not imagine changing either my actual name or my virtual name in order to fit under such a company. I would just assume not work there. Shiny says, Haggy is a fraud. He is. Huge fraud. Biggest fraud. Coin Stampson. Coin Stampson. Yes, that doesn't roll off the tongue very well, does it? You guys have been awesome. Let's see. What's the sitch looking like? You're very welcome, Mr. Jason. I need to probably go and check in with my folks about tomorrow, like transportation arrangements and everything for what I usually do. So I'm going to cut and run today. Again, you guys have been awesome. Thank you again for hanging out with me. My name is Coinstamp. Most people call me Coin. I'm the change in your pocket. It's pretty easy to say. And this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We will be back on Monday with more of this. We're going to go offload that rock into a shrine that we'll probably not visit until we've actually unlocked that region. Probably, maybe. You know, we can do whatever else we need to do with the caves in the depth on Monday. My senators and inductees, you guys know all the algorithmic things to do. Check out the description on YouTube or check out underneath the video player with the link tree. With the Linktree link. Please click on that stuff if you feel so inclined. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves. I hope to see you around sooner rather than later. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Whether that be my Discord, my DMs, social media, whatever have you. I'll do my best to respond to all of it. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.